What if the gods walked among us, weaving their destinies into the very fabric of our lives? On the cusp of twilight, as shadows dance beneath the ancient temples of Tikal, a chill runs through the thick jungle air, an omen of a time long forgotten, but never truly erased. Here, in this sacred land where jaguars prowl and whispers of a lost civilization echo, the spirits linger, waiting to be called upon. Every stone tells a story, every rustle of leaves hints at a truth waiting to be unearthed. At the center of it all stands the Great Pyramid of the Sun, its steps worn by the feet of countless worshippers. Tonight, beneath a sky painted with 1,000 stars, something stirs within its depths. A gathering of priests clad in feathered headdresses prepares for a ritual that could alter the course of their civilization. The air crackles with tension, the kind that precedes a storm, as they light the sacred fires. What are they summoning? What power lies dormant beneath the earth, waiting for a spark? The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, making the stone faces of their gods seem almost alive, their expressions twisted in expectation. The priests chant in a language that resonates like thunder, calling forth ancient forces that could either bless or devastate their people. Every syllable spills forth with the weight of history, echoing tales of creation and destruction, of life and death. But the night holds secrets darker than the depths of the jungle. Rumors swirl among the villagers, whispers of a prophecy that speaks of a great upheaval, of a celestial event that would challenge the very essence of existence. The stars, once seen as guides, might soon reveal a terrifying truth. As the priests raise their arms toward the heavens, the first tremors of an unseen force rattle the ground beneath their feet. A figure emerges from the shadows, a young woman, eyes alight with defiance and purpose. She carries the weight of her ancestors, and in her heart lies a flicker of rebellion against the fate they have accepted. She knows the legends well, understands the cost of invoking the gods. To summon such power could lead to salvation or annihilation. And as she enters the sacred space, her very presence challenges the ritual's intent, setting off an unseen chain reaction. The jungle grows silent, holding its breath. In that moment, the air thickens with uncertainty. Will the gods heed the call, or will they turn their backs on humanity once more? The line between reverence and rebellion blurs as the tension unfurls like the petals of a deadly flower. As the sky darkens, a distant rumble echoes and lightning splits the heavens. The moment of reckoning is upon them. A choice must be made, one that will resonate through generations, sealing their fates. The ancient prophecies whisper promises of glory, but at what cost? Each heartbeat resonates with the pulse of a civilization on the brink, poised between the divine and the mortal, where every action could prove to be their last. What will they choose when the moment comes? In the dense jungles of Central America, lush green leaves whisper tales of gods and kings, of bustling cities and sacred rituals. Beneath the canopy, where the sun barely pierces through, lies a world steeped in mystery, waiting to be awakened. The air is rich with the scent of damp earth, mingling with the faint hint of burning copal resin, often used in rituals to honor deities. This is the cradle of the Maya civilization, a place where time bends and the past lingers like a shadow. From around 2000 BCE, the first seeds of what would become the Maya sprouted in the fertile soil of the Yucatan Peninsula and neighboring regions. Small scattered communities began to emerge, each one anchored by agriculture. The Mayans had a profound connection to the land. It was their lifeblood, their sacred ground. They learned to cultivate maize, beans, and squash, known as the Three Sisters. With each harvest, they celebrated the bounty of the earth, their hearts swelling with gratitude, their voices rising in joy. The rhythm of life pulsed through their villages, a heartbeat that echoed through the ages. As centuries slipped by, these small bands transformed into vibrant city-states, teeming with life and ambition. By 250 CE, towering pyramids began to rise from the earth, reaching towards the heavens, like the aspirations of those who built them. The Maya were not simply builders, they were dreamers. They crafted grand temples adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant murals, each telling stories of gods, heroes, and their own profound beliefs. Every stone was a testament to their creativity, a reflection of their spirit. The cities of Tikal, Calakmul, and Palenque came alive, bustling with trade, politics, and culture, where every corner held the potential for discovery. But behind the beauty and brilliance lay a complexity that could turn dark. The Maya were also warriors, fierce protectors of their lands. Their city-states were frequently embroiled in conflict, battling for resources, territory, and power. The clash of shields and the sound of war drums filled the air, a stark reminder that beneath their vibrant civilization lay a relentless struggle for survival. The tension was palpable. Alliances formed and shattered in the blink of an eye. Friendships fell apart, and blood was spilled over the very soil that once nourished them. As the years turned into centuries, the Maya developed a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. They studied the stars, their movements mapping the passage of time, guiding their agricultural cycles and religious practices. The calendar they created was a masterpiece of mathematics and astronomy, reflecting their deep understanding of the universe. Each day held significance, each month a sacred moment. The ritual of time was a dance that connected them to their ancestors and the divine, a thread that wove together the fabric of their existence. But the world was not static. The Maya civilization faced upheaval. By around 900 CE, there was a notable transformation. Great cities like Tikal and Copan, once vibrant and bustling, began to show signs of decline. What caused this shift? Drought, warfare, and overpopulation all played their parts, creating a perfect storm that tested the very essence of this remarkable society. The once booming population found itself struggling as crops failed and resources dwindled. The laughter of children playing in the streets faded, replaced by whispers of fear and uncertainty. Yet, even in this turmoil, hope flickered like the flames of a sacred fire. Smaller communities in the north flourished, adapting to new challenges with resilience. The Maya were not a people easily broken. They found new ways to connect with their environment, to honor their traditions while forging paths forward. The pulse of life may have slowed, but it never completely ceased. The spirit of the Maya endured, a flicker of light in a gathering storm. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over ancient stone, the whispers of the past grew louder. The ruins, overgrown and hauntingly beautiful, stood as silent witnesses to the rise and fall of a civilization that had touched the stars. They housed stories of triumph and tragedy, of gods who walked among men and the sacrifices made for a better tomorrow. Each crack in the stone, each faded mural, spoke of a people who dared to dream and love fiercely, even in the face of adversity. The legacy of the Maya is not merely in their achievements, but in their unwavering spirit. From the humble beginnings of farming villages to the sprawling metropolis of powerful city-states, they created a world rich with culture, art, and spirituality. The echoes of their chants linger in the air, resonating through the ages, calling to those who seek to understand the depths of what it means to be human. Their story is woven into the very fabric of the land, a testament to resilience and the enduring quest for knowledge, beauty, and connection. In the hushed corners of the jungle, where nature reclaims its own, one can almost hear the laughter of children and the chants of priests, a reminder that though the Maya may have vanished from the spotlight of history, their essence remains. Their civilization, like the roots of the trees that tower above, reaches deep into the earth, intertwined with the very soil that nurtured them, forever part of the landscape. The tale is far from finished. It is but a chapter in a greater saga that continues to unfold. As the moon rises high, illuminating the ruins with a soft, ethereal light, the Maya's spirit breathes on, whispering secrets of the ancients to those who dare to listen. At the center of a bustling ancient city, beneath the shadow of a colossal pyramid, a lone priest stood in reverence. He gazed upward, breath suspended, as the first rays of dawn kissed the heavens, setting the world ablaze with colors. It was a cosmic dance, a celestial show that hinted at profound truths woven into the fabric of existence. The air vibrated with whispers of the gods, and the priest knew that every star, every movement of the sun and moon, held a story waiting to be told. Mesoamerican cosmology was a magnificent tapestry crafted by the hands of civilizations that thrived in harmony with the forces of nature and the cosmos. The ancient peoples, including the Maya, Aztec, and Olmec, perceived life as a sacred cycle, a continuous interplay between the seen and unseen. They believed that the universe was alive, teeming with spirits and energies that shaped their destinies. The sun was not merely a ball of fire. It was a god, a source of life and light, whose daily journey across the sky mirrored the struggles and triumphs of humanity. Each day, the sun rose with vigor, a fierce warrior ready to battle the darkness of night. As it ascended, it poured warmth over the land, nurturing the crops and sustaining life. But the sun's journey was not without peril. At midday, it reached its zenith, a moment of divine power and vulnerability. In the minds of the ancients, this was a time when the god faced the ultimate test, to shine brightly and fend off the encroaching shadows that threatened to engulf the world. The people understood that their own lives echoed this cosmic struggle. Each hardship endured was a reflection of the sun's own trials. As the sun sank below the horizon, surrendering to the night, the stars emerged, each one a glimmering reminder of ancestral spirits watching over them. The Milky Way, a luminous river in the sky, was not just a collection of stars. It was the sacred path of the souls, a bridge connecting the earthly realm with the divine. The ancients would gather, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythm of the cosmos, as they told tales of gods and heroes, of creation and destruction, of love and sacrifice. It was a communal ritual, steeped in emotion, a moment where time stood still and the boundaries between the mortal and divine blurred. But not every celestial event was met with joy. Eclipses, in particular, sent waves of dread through the hearts of the people. The sudden darkness heralded chaos, a sign that the gods were angry or that a great change was upon them. During these moments, the priest would invoke the spirits, offering sacrifices to appease the furious deities. Fear mingled with reverence. The people held their breath, watching the sky transform, hearts racing in unison with the celestial clock. These interactions with the cosmos were not merely rituals. They were lifelines, anchoring the people to their beliefs and ensuring their place in the universe. The intricacies of the calendar further illustrated this connection. The Mesoamerican calendar was a complex system, a celestial map that guided daily life. The sacred Tzolk'in, a 260-day calendar, intertwined with the 365-day Hab, revealing the deep understanding of time as both cyclical and linear. Each day carried its unique energy and significance, and the people approached each dawn with anticipation, knowing that their actions aligned with cosmic forces. The calendar was their compass, navigating the sacred seasons of planting and harvest, festivals and rites. In their sacred texts, the Popol Vuh, the Maya narrated the epic saga of creation, filled with gods who shaped the earth and sky through their struggles. The tale of the hero twins resonated deeply. Their journey through the underworld, battling the lords of death, mirrored the eternal conflict between light and dark. It was a story of resilience and triumph, a reminder that even in the face of insurmountable odds, the spirit of life would prevail. The Aztecs, too, viewed the universe with a sense of urgency. Their belief in the cyclical nature of time compelled them to offer blood sacrifices to the sun, ensuring its strength against the darkness. The heart of a warrior, taken in reverence, nourished the sun and ensured the continuation of life. The tension was palpable, a desperate grasp for survival against the backdrop of cosmic forces, where every act of devotion was a negotiation with the divine. In the pulse of the city, the echoes of celebrations filled the air during significant celestial alignments. The arrival of the solstice brought exhilaration. The sun's longest and shortest days were marked by rituals that bound the community together. Dance, music, and offerings created an atmosphere thick with emotion, a collective heartbeat that resonated with the rhythms of the universe. The priests would stand at the base of the pyramid, their voices rising like incense to the heavens, invoking the gods, and the crowd would respond, a sea of faces uplifted, eyes gleaming with hope and faith. Yet, shadows lingered. The collapse of these great civilizations was not merely a historical narrative. It was a cosmic tragedy. With the changing climate and the shifting patterns of their celestial guides, the people found themselves adrift. As the sun dimmed behind clouds and the stars faded, despair spread like wildfire. The once vibrant rituals carried a weight of longing, a silent plea for the return of harmony. The universe that once whispered secrets now seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a sign, a flicker of light amidst growing darkness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the priest felt a familiar weight in his heart. He understood that the balance of life and death mirrored the rhythms of the cosmos, and with each cycle, a new chapter awaited. The stars winked down, and the earth beneath him pulsed with ancient energy, connecting past, present, and future. With each beat, the story of existence continued, an endless loop of longing and discovery, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In the distance, a new dawn awaited, promising more than just light. It beckoned with the echoes of ancient truths, the unyielding dance of creation and destruction. The priest stood resolute, ready to embrace whatever mysteries lay ahead, for he knew that the cosmos was alive, and the stories still whispered in the wind. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient temples of the Maya, where shadows danced among the stones. A whisper of wind carried an ancient song, a melody that spoke of gods both feared and revered, their stories woven into the very fabric of the universe. This was the world of the Maya, a tapestry of life and death, where powerful deities ruled over the elements, destiny, and the hearts of the people. At the apex of this divine hierarchy stood Itzamna, the god of creation. His presence was both daunting and nurturing, a duality that made him deeply revered. Itzamna was often depicted as an elderly man with a wise face, adorned with the markings of stars across his skin. He was the architect of the world, the one who molded the heavens and the earth with his hands, breathing life into the cosmos. When the people looked to the sky, they saw him in the constellations, the guiding light that brought them hope and direction. In the soft glow of twilight, they prayed to him, seeking his guidance and blessings for their harvests and families. The sound of the ceremonial drums echoed through the air, each beat resonating with the pulse of the earth as they called out his name. In their hearts, they felt a connection to something greater, a force that shaped their very existence. But Itzamna was not alone. Beside him was the fierce and captivating goddess, Ixchel. She was the embodiment of the moon, a deity of love, fertility, and the intricate cycles of life. Her beauty was ethereal, a radiant figure draped in flowing garments that shimmered like the night sky. Ixchel ruled over the waters, healing and creation, and her influence was felt in every grain of corn that sprouted from the earth. The women of the villages honored her in secret ceremonies, dancing beneath the moonlight, their hearts filled with reverence and longing for her blessings. They prayed for strength in childbirth and abundance in their fields, believing that her gentle hand guided the tides and the rains, the lifeblood of their existence. Yet, lurking in the shadows of this divine narrative was the fearsome god of the underworld, Xibalba, a name that sent chills down the spines of mortals. Xibalba was not just death, he was the embodiment of fear, a place where souls journeyed after life, a realm filled with trials and terrors. The Maya believed that the path to Xibalba was fraught with challenges, a labyrinthine journey that tested the spirit. His realm was ruled by a pantheon of dark gods, each one more terrifying than the last, and they delighted in the suffering of those who crossed into their domain. They wielded control over misfortune and disease, casting long shadows over the lives of the living. The villagers often whispered prayers against his influence, their voices trembling with fear as they begged for protection from his grasp. Xibalba's presence was felt in the darkened corners of the night, in the rustle of leaves that carried a chill. The ancient texts told tales of heroes who ventured into his realm, battling the darkness to reclaim their loved ones, journeys filled with heart-stopping tension and courage. The Maya understood that life and death were intertwined, a delicate balance maintained by the whims of these powerful deities. In their festivals, they honored both the light and the dark, celebrating the duality that defined their existence. As the torches flickered in the night, they danced to honor Itzamna's creation and sought Ixchel's blessings, while casting wary glances toward the shadows, where Xibalba lurked, awaiting the unwary. The stories of these deities were painted on the walls of temples, carved into stone that stood the test of time. Each glyph told a tale of triumph and tragedy, a reminder of the intricate web of fate spun by the gods. The priests, draped in ceremonial garb, would chant the ancient texts, their voices rising in a hypnotic rhythm that echoed through the ages. The people gathered, their hearts united in hope, fear, and reverence. Each beat of the drum synchronizing with the heartbeat of the earth, each word a prayer that floated toward the heavens. Yet beneath the rich tapestry of worship lay an undercurrent of tension. The Maya understood that the favor of the gods was not guaranteed. they had to earn it through devotion and sacrifice. Stories flowed of misfortunes that befell those who angered the deities, tales that sent shivers down their spines at night. The memory of a drought or a failed harvest haunted the villages. They held their breath, fearing that Xibalba's reach might extend further into their lives, threatening to snatch away their loved ones or plunge them into despair. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the villagers would gather in circles, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. They spoke of their hopes, their dreams, and their fears, weaving stories that echoed through the generations. They understood that they were part of a vast narrative, one where the divine and the mortal intertwined. And they knew that as long as the sun rose and set, Itzamna would continue to guide them. Ixchel would cradle their hopes, and Xibalba would loom as a reminder of the fragility of life. With each passing day, the pulse of the earth reverberated with their stories, intertwining the fates of gods and mortals. It was a dance of shadows and light, of creation and destruction, a never-ending cycle that bound them together. In the depths of the jungle, where the thick vines clung to ancient stones, the whispers of the past carried the weight of the present. The pulse of the Maya gods thrummed in the air, alive and breathing, a testament to a civilization that understood the delicate balance of existence. As night fell and the stars sparkled like the eyes of the gods themselves, one could almost hear the echoes of prayers and the rustle of offerings left at the feet of their deities. And there, in the heart of the Maya world, the stories continued to unfold, threads of life woven into the grand tapestry of history, forever linking the past and the future in a dance as old as time itself. In a time before time, when the world lay shrouded in darkness, there was only the whisper of wind and the echo of silence. The earth was a blank canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of creation. It was here, in this void, that the ancient gods stirred, longing to bring forth life. The quiet was palpable, thick with anticipation, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for the first spark that would ignite existence. The Popol Vuh tells the story of this cosmic yearning, a narrative that pulses with the lifeblood of the Maya. It begins with Tepo and Gukumats, the creators who held the universe in their hands, their thoughts weaving the fabric of reality. "Let there be light," they declared, and in an instant, the darkness shattered. Mountains rose majestically, rivers carved their paths, and the great forests unfurled like banners in the wind. Each creation was born with intention, every tree, every animal, a reflection of the gods' profound wisdom. Yet, as the gods surveyed their handiwork, a sense of dissatisfaction hung in the air. The creatures that danced upon the earth, birds, beasts, and insects, were beautiful and vibrant, but they could not speak. They could not worship. They could not praise the very hands that shaped them. Thus, the gods gathered once more, their voices weaving together like strands of fate, determined to create beings who could honor them with words and devotion. When they crafted the first humans from mud, the earth seemed to tremble with excitement. But as the first humans stood before the creators, their forms crumbled, unable to bear the weight of life. Disappointment coursed through the hearts of Tepo and Guchumats, yet they did not falter. They sought a new material, one imbued with strength and resilience. From the corn, sacred and vital, they shaped the second generation of humanity. The air crackled with energy as these new beings came to life, their bodies filled with the essence of maize, the very sustenance that would nourish them. They were perfect, shining with intelligence and wisdom, capable of understanding the world around them. They sang praises to the gods, their voices rising like a sweet melody that enveloped the skies. Yet even in their brilliance, a flaw emerged. The gods watched, hearts heavy, as these creations, filled with power and knowledge, began to see themselves as divine. Their hubris knew no bounds. Angered, the creators decided to impose a limit on their vision. They stripped them of their brilliance, leaving only a glimmer of knowledge. From this act of divine intervention, the essence of humanity shifted. They remained intelligent, but were now bound by the frailty of human existence. The narrative unfolded with a rhythm of hope and despair, a dance of creation and destruction that echoed through time. But the tale did not end there. It spiraled into the realm of heroes and legends, where the twin heroes, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, emerged. Bursting forth from the pages of the Popol Vuh, they were a testament to resilience and cunning, defying the odds stacked against them. Their journey was fraught with challenges, from the trials set by the Lords of Death to the ultimate confrontation in the underworld, Xibalba. The tension crackled as they faced deception and danger, a testament to the strength of the human spirit. With cleverness and courage, they outwitted the Dark Lords, rising from the ashes of despair like a phoenix. Their victories were not just personal. They echoed the struggles of every person who dared to dream, to fight against the forces that sought to bury their spirit. Each challenge they faced became a thread, woven into the greater tapestry of life, illustrating the essence of the Maya belief in balance between light and dark. As the story unfolded, the significance of the Popol Vuh emerged, a rich reservoir of wisdom and morality. It served as a mirror, reflecting the values of the Maya civilization, an enduring guide through the trials of life. It captured the essence of kinship, community, and the reverence for nature. Each line of the text sang the praises of the earth, urging humans to honor their connection to all living beings, to embrace humility in the face of the divine. The tale reached into the hearts of those who read it, evoking a sense of belonging, a reminder that life is a shared journey filled with trials, triumphs, and the bonds of love. With every turn of the page, one could almost hear the whispers of ancestors echoing through time, urging the present to remember the past. Yet, as one dives deeper into the Popol Vuh, the echoes of the creation myth resonate louder, drawing the reader into a whirlwind of emotions. The cycles of creation and destruction, the struggles of the human spirit, and the intertwining of the divine with the mundane create a rich tapestry that defies the boundaries of time. The story lingers in the air, the taste of ancient corn and the scent of wild forests woven into the fabric of the narrative. And just when the heart begins to settle, the tale takes a twist, plunging into the world of the gods and the eternal conflict between light and dark. It leaves a lingering sense of wonder, as if the world itself is waiting with bated breath for what comes next. Each heartbeat a reminder that the story of humanity continues to unravel, ever entwined with the sacred and the profane. A dance as old as time itself. In the shadow of the ancient pyramids, where the sun dipped low, casting elongated shadows across the land, two brothers stood at the edge of a great adventure. Hunahpu and Xbalanque, the hero twins, were more than just boys. They were destined to challenge the very fabric of life and death itself. The air crackled with an unspoken tension, as if the universe held its breath, waiting to see what these young heroes would do next. The twins were legendary, not just for their bravery, but for their cunning and wisdom. From a young age, they had been marked by fate. Their mother, a woman of great strength and resolve, had raised them to be warriors of the spirit and mind. It was she who taught them the stories of their ancestors, weaving tales of courage and sacrifice that sparked a fire in their hearts. The legends spoke of the underworld, Xibalba, a dark and treacherous place ruled by the lords of death. The brothers knew they would have to face these forces, and the thought sent shivers down their spines. Hunahpu was the elder, the more impulsive of the two, with a heart full of dreams. He was driven by a desire to prove himself, always seeking adventure and glory. His laughter echoed through the fields, a sound that was both comforting and wild. Xbalanque, on the other hand, was the quieter twin, his eyes glinting with a wisdom beyond his years. He often seemed to be lost in thought, contemplating their next move. Together they balanced each other, a harmony of light and shadow. One fateful day, as the sun hung like a golden coin in the sky, a summons came that would change everything. The lords of Xibalba, furious at the twins' growing fame, devised a plan to lure them into their clutches. They sent forth a challenge, a game of ball, a contest that carried with it dire stakes. The twins, full of youthful bravado, accepted without a second thought, unaware of the dangers that lay ahead. As they approached the grand ball court, the very ground beneath their feet vibrated with a dark energy. The lords of Xibalba, with their sinister laughter, awaited them, their faces shrouded in shadows. The twins could feel the weight of their gaze, a chilling reminder of the power the underworld held. Hunahpu and Xbalanque exchanged a glance, understanding the gravity of the moment. They were not just playing for victory, they were battling for their very lives. The game began, and the air swirled with tension. The ball soared through the air, a blur of motion and sound, as the twins fought valiantly against their opponents. Every strike of the ball resonated with the spirits of their ancestors, urging them on. Yet, no matter how hard they played, the darkness of Xibalba pressed closer, threatening to consume them. When the game reached its climax, the twins had to summon every ounce of their strength and cunning to outsmart their foes. With a trick born from desperation, Xbalanque devised a plan that would turn the tide. He whispered to his brother, and together they executed a daring move, sending the ball soaring past their enemies and into the waiting arms of victory. But this was not the end. The lords of Xibalba, enraged and humiliated, unleashed their fury upon the brothers. They sought revenge, and in a cruel twist, they subjected the twins to the trials of the underworld. The darkness of Xibalba enveloped them, a thick fog that whispered of despair. The brothers faced terrifying creatures, each more fearsome than the last. Yet, with every challenge, they grew stronger, their bond forged in the fires of adversity. The cunning of Xbalanque shone through as he crafted clever schemes to outwit their captors. Hunahpu's bravery became a beacon, inspiring them both to push through when hope seemed lost. They encountered a massive jaguar, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. With hearts pounding, they fought back, using their skills and the teachings of their mother. The creature, once a threat, became an ally, recognizing the strength within the twins. It guided them through the labyrinthine passages of Xibalba, where shadows danced and secrets lay hidden. Yet, even in moments of triumph, the twins felt the pull of despair. They witnessed the anguish of souls trapped in darkness, echoes of those who had come before them. The brothers made a vow. They would not succumb to the despair that gripped Xibalba. They would rise, not just for themselves, but for all those who had suffered. The weight of their purpose filled their hearts with determination. Each trial they faced brought them closer to the heart of Xibalba. They unraveled the secrets of the underworld and confronted its rulers, the Lords of Death. These beings, cloaked in power and malice, sought to break the spirit of the twins. But with every challenge, the bond between Hunahpu and Xbalanque deepened. They became a force to be reckoned with, a unity that could not be easily shattered. As they stood before the lords of Xibalba, the air crackled with anticipation. The twins, united in purpose, faced their greatest challenge yet. The stakes were higher than ever, and the tension hung heavy in the air. With hearts pounding like war drums, the brothers prepared to fight, not just for their lives, but for the very essence of hope itself. The darkness surged around them, but in that moment of impending doom, their spirits shone the brightest, illuminating the path ahead. In the dense emerald underbrush of the ancient rainforest, a tree stood tall, its roots twisting and curling like great serpents rising from the earth. This was not just any tree, it was the World Tree, a sacred symbol woven into the very fabric of Maya life and belief. Its massive trunk reached up to the heavens, and its branches spread outwards, forming a canopy that seemed to touch the sky itself. It was the axis of the universe, holding together the heavens above and the earth below, a bridge connecting the spiritual and the physical worlds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow through the thick foliage, shadows danced around the base of the tree. The air buzzed with the whispers of ancestors, as if the very leaves were sharing stories from a time long past. Those who honored the World Tree could feel its pulse, a steady rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the cosmos. Rituals were held beneath its sprawling branches, where priests and elders gathered to pay homage, their offerings of flowers, incense, and food imbued with meaning, seeking favor from the gods. In the minds and hearts of the Maya, the World Tree was more than a mere plant. It was a living entity, a powerful spirit. The mythical Kiba tree, often depicted in their art, represented life, death, and rebirth. Its white blossoms mirrored the stars in the night sky, while its roots dug deep into the earth, grounding the people in their culture and ancestry. To the Maya, every aspect of life was intertwined with the tree. It was said that the souls of the deceased traveled along its branches, ascending to the heavens, while the living sought guidance and wisdom from its ancient presence. The air became thick with anticipation as the full moon rose, illuminating the World Tree in a silvery glow. A gathering of villagers huddled close, their faces lit by flickering torches, eyes wide with awe and reverence. Tonight was a night of sacrifice, a moment when the veil between the worlds thinned and the spirits could be reached. The flutter of nervous excitement was palpable as the shaman began to chant in a language older than time itself, his voice a haunting melody that wove through the crowd, binding them together in shared purpose. As the chants grew louder, the tension in the air intensified. The villagers held their breath, waiting for a sign, a response from the divine. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled through the branches of the World Tree, and gasps echoed in the crowd. It was as if the tree itself was answering. The leaves shimmered, reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors, stirring the souls of the watchers. The shaman raised his arms, calling upon the gods for their blessings, the whispers of the ancestors reverberating in the night. Children clutched their parents, wide-eyed and filled with wonder. They had heard tales of the World Tree's power, stories that sent shivers down their spines and filled them with hope. They believed that the tree could grant them strength and wisdom, that it held the secrets of the universe within its bark. The elders, too, felt the weight of responsibility as they guided the younger generation, instilling in them a sense of duty to honor this sacred connection. As the ritual reached its climax, a young girl stepped forward, trembling with both fear and resolve. Her heart raced as she approached the altar set before the world tree. This was her moment, a chance to become part of something larger than herself, a connection to her ancestors and the divine. The villagers held their breath, their faith resting on her small shoulders. She clasped a vibrant bouquet of flowers, the petals soft and fragrant, a symbol of her love and devotion. With tears glistening in her eyes, she offered the flowers to the roots of the tree, a pure moment of sacrifice that sent a ripple of energy through the gathering. The air crackled with electricity, as if the very spirit of the world tree had awakened. In that instant, the universe seemed to pause, holding its breath along with the villagers, suspended in a timeless embrace of hope and fear. The world tree loomed above them, a silent guardian watching over the events unfold, absorbing their energy, their prayers, and their dreams. It was a reminder of the cycle of life, the tree's roots reaching deep into the earth, while its branches stretched high into the sky, embodying the connection between the seen and the unseen. The simple act of offering became a powerful affirmation of faith, a thread woven into the vast tapestry of their existence. As the ritual concluded, the villagers felt a profound sense of unity wash over them. They danced around the tree, celebrating their connection to one another and the world around them. Laughter and joy filled the air, mingling with the scents of the earth, the sweet perfume of flowers, and the sharpness of incense. This was their home, their heritage, and the world tree stood as a testament to their resilience and beliefs. But amid the echoes of joy, a shadow loomed on the horizon, a reminder that not all was well. The whispers of change rustled through the leaves, foreboding. The world outside their sacred grove began to encroach upon their peaceful existence. As the seasons turned, the villagers could sense the growing tension. The harmony that had once defined their lives began to fray, leaving them vulnerable in the face of challenges they had never anticipated. The world tree absorbed their fears, their hopes, and their prayers. With each passing day, it stood as a silent witness to their struggles, echoing the stories of generations past. Its roots intertwined with the very essence of their being, a reminder that they were not alone in their fight. As the sun set on that pivotal night, the villagers felt the pull of destiny, a call that would lead them to confront the trials ahead, united under the watchful gaze of the world tree. In the shrouded shadows of the ancient world, where whispers of the past dance like flickering candles, Xibalba awaits. This was no ordinary underworld. It was a place where the air felt thick with the weight of despair and the echoes of souls long lost. The Mayans believed it to be a realm of trials and tribulations, ruled by powerful deities who played with the fates of mortals, as if they were mere pawns on a chessboard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky transformed into hues of blood red and deep indigo, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. It was a time when the boundary between life and death felt paper thin. From the depths of caves, the secrets of Xibalba seeped into the world above, carrying with them the cries of the trapped and the footsteps of the unseen. Those who dared to enter its domain would find themselves entangled in a web of fear and temptation. For Xibalba was as seductive as it was terrifying. At its helm sat the lords of Xibalba, a twisted duo known as Hunkam and Vukubkame. These ancient rulers were embodiments of death and darkness, dressed in the fine garb of decay, their eyes gleaming with malice beneath their ornate headpieces. Legends told of the trials they devised to test the living. 4 trials that would strip away the flesh of the brave and expose the marrow of their souls. Each challenge was more harrowing than the last, designed to make even the strongest quiver in their boots, to gnaw at their very essence. Every soul that entered Xibalba had to confront the terrifying sights crafted by its rulers. One trial involved the House of Darkness, where shadows danced and twisted, playing tricks on the mind. Cold fingers of fear clawed at every heartbeat, whispering doubts and dredging up past regrets. In this realm, the very air seemed to conspire against the unwary. The lords relished the torment, their laughter echoing like thunder through the caverns. Hun came, with his skeletal fingers and a smile that promised nothing but pain, delighted in the fear he sowed. He was the master of illusions, creating nightmarish visions that would haunt the bravest of hearts. Vukub came, his brother, reveled in the agony of the seekers, a maestro conducting a symphony of despair. Together, they twisted the very fabric of reality, making the living question their sanity, their strength, and their will to survive. Among those who entered Xibalba, there were tales of the hero twins, Hunapu and Ixbalanque, who dared to challenge the lords of this dark domain. Armed with cunning and bravery, they faced the trials, navigating the pitfalls set before them. Each step was a battle against despair, each decision a dance with death. They encountered monstrous creatures, fearsome and grotesque, each one a testament to the cruelty of the underworld's rulers. The trials of Xibalba were not just physical challenges. They demanded a reckoning with one's deepest fears. In the House of Soot, the air grew thick, heavy with the stench of ash and despair. Here, the lost souls wandered in confusion, their faces twisted with sorrow. It was said that those who lingered too long would forget the warmth of the sun, becoming shadows of their former selves. The brothers pressed on, determined to carve their names into the stone of history, even as the lords of Xibalba watched with voracious eyes, their hunger for suffering insatiable. As Hunapu and Ixbalanque faced each trial, their resolve was tested like never before. The brothers' bond grew stronger, each challenge forging their spirits into something unbreakable. With every victory against the dark forces, the laughter of the lords grew more strained, a sign that even the most powerful can falter. The balance of life and death hung precariously in the air, a delicate thread woven with destiny and courage. Beyond the trials, the rivers of Xibalba wound like serpents through the darkness. The river of blood flowed with the essence of the defeated, while the river of fire crackled with the fury of those who had succumbed to their fears. The mere sight of these rivers was enough to chill the heart. To stand at their banks was to confront the reality of mortality, the aching truth that life is fleeting, and death is but a breath away. Yet, in the midst of this despair, hope flickered like a candle in the wind. The hero twins, undeterred by the looming shadows, sought out the wisdom of the ancients. They uncovered the secrets of the underworld, harnessing the very essence of Xibalba against its rulers. It was in this defiance that the tides began to turn, as the brothers challenged the darkness with light, igniting the embers of rebellion in the hearts of the lost. The lords, realizing their grip was faltering, unleashed their most terrifying creations, monsters born of nightmares and despair. As the brothers faced these creatures, their hearts pounded with fear and determination. Each clash resonated through the very walls of Xibalba, shaking the foundations of its dark reign. The battle was not merely for their souls, it was a struggle for the very essence of humanity. Amidst the chaos, stories of other souls emerged, villagers who had crossed into Xibalba in search of lost loved ones, warriors who sought glory, and those merely drawn by curiosity. Each had their tale, each a thread in the tapestry of Xibalba's sorrowful history. The cries of the damned echoed throughout the caverns, entwining with the laughter of the lords, creating a haunting melody that resonated with the despair of the living. Xibalba was more than a place of suffering. It was a mirror, reflecting the darkest parts of the human soul. It held within its depths the fears and regrets that every person carried, transforming them into tangible horrors. The ancient rulers thrived on this energy, feeding off the anguish of those who fell into their grasp. And yet, the hero twins continued to fight, their spirits unyielding against the tide of despair. As the battles waged on, a darkness began to stir, one that was not solely the result of the Lord's malice, but rather a reflection of the very essence of their power. The tension in Xibalba grew palpable, as if the underworld itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash that would decide the fates of both the living and the dead. The path forward was fraught with peril, and the echoes of the past weighed heavily in the air, whispering of the sacrifices yet to come. In that moment, the lines between light and darkness blurred, and the fate of Xibalba hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of an abyss. The struggle was far from over, and the shadows danced eagerly, hungry for the final confrontation that would echo through the annals of time. The lords would not easily relinquish their grasp on the souls of the living, and the hero twins, now more than mere mortals, prepared to challenge the very fabric of the underworld itself, knowing that victory or defeat would reverberate through the ages, shaping the destinies of countless souls yet to come. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its golden light over the ancient city of Maya, where the air was thick with the scent of copal, and the sound of drums echoed through the streets. The people moved with purpose, their faces painted in vibrant colors, while the sun's rays seemed to dance over them, illuminating their sacred rituals. In the center of it all stood the temple, towering and proud, a testament to their devotion to Kinichahau, the sun god, who watched over them like a vigilant guardian. Kinichahau was not just a deity, he was life itself, a force that carried the weight of dawn and dusk, growth and decay. As the people gathered, their hearts beat in unison, an unspoken understanding that each day brought a cycle of rebirth and renewal, a promise that the sun would rise again, no matter what shadows fell upon the earth. In the eyes of a young girl named Itzel, the sun was a storyteller, sharing tales of warriors and gods across the horizon. She listened to the elders speak of Kinichahau's journey across the sky, a journey that mirrored their own struggles and joys. Her grandmother often whispered, "Look up, my child. That is our God, blazing through the heavens, reminding us to find light even in the darkest times." The words resonated deep within Itzel, igniting a flame of hope that flickered like the torches lighting the night. The people prepared for the sacred ceremony, each offering a piece of their hearts to the sun. They brought bright flowers, bowls of maize, and even the trinkets they held dear. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, the tension in the air thickened, a palpable mix of fear and anticipation. Would Kinichahau accept their gifts? Would he bless them with a bountiful harvest? Or would he unleash storms that would wash away their hopes. With drums pounding like the heartbeat of the earth, the priests adorned in intricate costumes stepped forward, their movements fluid and graceful. They chanted ancient hymns, their voices rising in harmony, echoing through the valley. Itzel could feel the energy swirling around her, igniting her spirit, even as she trembled with a blend of excitement and apprehension. The rhythm of the drums became a pulse, a call to Kinich Ahau that reverberated through the city. Suddenly, a crack in the sky interrupted the ritual, a flash of lightning that made the crowd gasp. A storm loomed on the horizon, dark clouds moving closer, threatening to drown their hopes. Itzel's heart raced as she clutched her grandmother's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, a reminder of the love that had been passed down through generations. "Do not lose faith, Itzel," her grandmother whispered, her voice steady amidst the chaos. "The sun will always return." The priests, undeterred, raised their arms to the heavens, urging Kinich Ahau to respond. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, time stood still. Itzel's breath caught in her throat as she watched the sun kiss the horizon, a brilliant ball of fire that ignited the sky. It was a moment suspended in eternity, a reflection of the cycle of life itself, the struggle, the darkness, and the inevitable return of light. As the first drops of rain began to fall, the crowd erupted into a wild dance, their laughter mingling with the thunder. Each drop was a blessing, each flash of lightning a reminder of Kinich Ahau's power. The storm was a cleansing, a renewal that brought life to the earth. Itzel twirled, her heart soaring as she felt the rhythm of the rain synchronize with the beat of her heart. The dance continued, a vibrant celebration of life and the cycles that defined their existence. The sun, now low in the sky, cast long shadows that danced among the people, a sign of Kinich Ahau's presence, a promise that life would endure. Itzel felt the weight of the world lift from her shoulders as she surrendered to the joy around her, knowing that each moment was a gift, each heartbeat a testament to the resilience of life. As night descended, the firelight flickered, casting golden hues on the faces of her people. They gathered, sharing stories of ancestors and dreams for the future, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the flames. Kinich Ahau had answered their call, reminding them of the bonds that tied them together, the love that flowed through their veins like the rivers that nourished the land. But even as the night wore on, a whisper lingered in the air, a reminder that life was not just about light. It was also about the shadows, the moments of struggle that defined their journey. The cycle of life was not always easy, and while the sun would rise again, so would the storms. Itzel gazed up at the stars, unable to shake the feeling that Kinich Ahau was watching over them, guiding their paths. And in that moment of quiet reflection, she felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. She understood that the cycles of life were not just for the gods, they were for her too. The choices she would make, the love she would share, the struggles she would face, all of it intertwined like the roots of a mighty tree, grounding her in a world where the sun and the storms coexisted. As the night deepened, the elders spoke softly of the dawn yet to come, of new beginnings that awaited with each sunrise. The sun's journey was not just a story of light, it was a journey of hope, a reminder that every end held the seeds of a new beginning. Blood flowed through her veins like a river of memories, connecting past and future, binding the community together in a tapestry of life. The spirit of Kinich Ahau surrounded them, wrapping them in warmth, even as the chill of the night settled in. Itzel closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of history beneath her feet, a continuum that would stretch far beyond her years. The sun would rise again, and she would be ready, her heart open to the possibilities that awaited. The cycle of life was in motion, and she was both a witness and a participant in the sacred dance of existence, a dance that would continue, woven into the very fabric of time. As the fire dwindled and the last notes of laughter faded into the cool night air, a new energy began to stir. Itzel felt it deep within, a calling that echoed the ancient rhythms, hinting at the next chapter that awaited just beyond the horizon. The story was far from over. It held the promise of the dawn, the adventure of life, and the everlasting light of Kinichahau, waiting to illuminate the path ahead. In the dim light of dawn, the air crackled with anticipation. As the sun began its ascent, it spilled golden hues across the fields, where cornstalks stood like sentinels, whispering secrets to the wind. Here, in a land nourished by the spirits of the earth, the maize god watched over his people, a figure wrapped in both benevolence and fear. His essence was woven into the very fabric of life, casting a long shadow that flickered between the sacred and the profane. The maize god was not merely a deity, he was a paradox, embodying the dual nature of creation and destruction. The ancient stories told of his laughter that echoed through the valleys during harvest, when the sun warmed the earth and corn grew tall and golden. Yet, they also spoke of the chilling silence that followed when drought struck, when his absence left the fields barren and hearts heavy with despair. The people felt his presence in every kernel and cob, yet they trembled at his unpredictability. Among the villagers, old Zizim had seen both sides of the maize god's nature. With skin like weathered parchment and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages, he gathered the children around him, his voice a soothing balm. He recounted tales of the god's playful spirit, of the time he danced across the fields, transforming the landscape into a tapestry of green. Children giggled, their eyes wide with wonder, as they imagined the maize god swaying amid the stalks, a gentle giant who filled their bellies with sustenance. But Zizim's tales turned darker when he spoke of the hunger that gnawed at their bones during the long years of drought. The villagers had witnessed the maize god's wrath, felt it in the crackle of dry earth beneath their feet, and in the desperate cries of families left starving. They understood that to honor him was to walk a tightrope, to balance joy and sorrow, fertility and famine. In their hearts, they held a flickering flame of hope, a hope that the maize god, in all his complexity, would favor them once more. As the sun climbed higher, the villagers gathered for the sacred ceremony, their hearts beating in time with the drums that echoed through the valley. The air thickened with the scent of burning copal as they offered prayers to the maize god. The flutists played sweet melodies, weaving sound into the very fabric of the day. But there, in the midst of laughter and dance, a tension hung like the stillness before a storm. A flicker of fear passed through the crowd. What if the maize god chose not to answer their call? In the eyes of the elders, past generations flickered like shadows, their voices rising in a silent plea. They remembered the years of abundance, when the fields brimmed with golden kernels that turned into bread, and the laughter of children filled the air. Yet, they also recalled the dark days, the shadows that crept into their lives, whispering that the maize god was not a benevolent overseer, but a capricious spirit. They had learned to respect him, to fear him, and to love him all at once, a complicated relationship that echoed through time. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the gathering. Then, with a sudden gust of wind, the atmosphere shifted, electric and alive. The villagers held their breath as a figure emerged from the edges of the cornfield, a shaman draped in vibrant cloth, his face painted with symbols of the maize god. He moved with purpose, calling forth the energies that intertwined the sacred and the earthly. With a voice that resonated like thunder, he pleaded for the maize god's mercy. "Great Spirit, we honor you. Grant us your favor once more." Each word was imbued with desperation, a raw emotion that stirred the hearts of all who listened. The moment hung heavy in the air, pregnant with possibility. Would the maize god show his dual nature, shifting from the benevolent giver to the vengeful spirit? And then, like a whisper on the wind, it began. A rustle in the cornfields grew louder, a symphony of sound that echoed the pulse of the earth. The villagers felt it in their bones, a stirring, a rising tide of energy that surged toward them. Some fell to their knees, their palms pressed to the ground, pleading for forgiveness, for sustenance. Others stood tall, ready to embrace the maize god in all his glory, their eyes bright with devotion and fear. As the sky darkened, the shaman raised his arms, calling forth the spirits of the ancestors. They danced behind him, shadows moving with a grace that spoke of ages long past. The drums picked up their pace, and the villagers joined in, their voices rising in a chant that melded with the rustling leaves. In that moment, time seemed to suspend, past, present, and future entwined in a single heartbeat. Suddenly, as if answering their collective plea, a strong wind swept through the field, and the cornstalks bowed low, their leaves rustling urgently. The villagers gasped, excitement and fear coiling in their chests. They exchanged glances filled with both hope and trepidation. In this moment, the maize god could unleash his power, and everything they knew hung in the balance. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the figure of the shaman. In that brief brilliance, he seemed transformed, a vessel for the maize god's voice. "I am the giver and the taker," he proclaimed, his voice resonant and fierce. "I bring forth life, yet cannot abide neglect. Tend the earth, and I shall bless you." With each word, the villagers felt the weight of their ancestors, the connection to a lineage that stretched back through time. They felt the heartbeat of the land beneath their feet, the pulse of the maize god flowing through them. They understood then, in the marrow of their bones, that he was more than a deity. He was an essential part of their existence, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. As the storm brewed above, a sense of urgency washed over the crowd. They were not merely asking for rain or harvest. They were invoking a relationship that demanded respect, understanding, and devotion. And in that moment, every face turned toward the sky. A myriad of emotions swirling within. It was both a prayer and a challenge, a call to acknowledge the complexities of the maize god's dual nature as he, too, lingered on the precipice of decision. In the lush jungles of ancient Mesoamerica, where vibrant colors danced through the foliage and the air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers, a figure emerged from the shadows of the towering trees. With a crown of woven vines and a gown that shimmered like the moonlight on water, she was more than a mere apparition. She was Ixchel, the goddess of fertility, known to the people as the life giver, the protector of women, and the keeper of the cycles of nature. Her very essence was intertwined with creation, and wherever she walked, life flourished. flowers burst into bloom, animals thrived, and the earth breathed joy. Ixchel's myths whispered through the ages like a gentle breeze, carrying tales of her benevolence and fierce spirit. She was said to dwell on the island of Cozumel, a sacred place where women would journey to seek her blessings. There, they would offer gifts of flowers and fruits, their hearts filled with hope and yearning. The women believed that her radiant presence would grant them the gift of motherhood, filling their homes with laughter and love. With each prayer, the bond between them and the goddess grew stronger, woven like a tapestry of trust and faith. Yet, with every story of creation, there lay a shadow, a darker side that echoed in the ancient myths. Ixchel was not only a goddess of fertility, but also a fierce protector of women and their rights. In a world often dominated by male deities, she stood tall, wielding her power to defend the vulnerable. One tale spoke of a jealous god who sought to control the cycles of life, to snuff out the light of nurturing and love. Ixchel, enraged by his arrogance, transformed into a fearsome serpent, her scales glistening like stars. She entwined herself around the god, a battle of wills that shook the heavens. The clash of their powers sent ripples through the earth, causing earthquakes and storms. Yet, in the end, it was her unwavering spirit that prevailed, restoring balance and ensuring that life would continue to thrive. As the tales of Ixchel spread, her influence reached far beyond the borders of Cozumel. The Maya revered her, creating intricate murals depicting her in various forms: a beautiful maiden, a nursing mother, and even a wise old woman with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Each depiction was a testament to her multifaceted nature, encapsulating the essence of femininity, strength, and resilience. And in every home, her image held a sacred place, reminding the people of the enduring spirit of life. The rituals dedicated to Ixchel were as vibrant as the goddess herself. Each spring, when the first blooms began to grace the earth, the people would gather to celebrate the festival of Ixchel. They adorned themselves in colorful garments, their bodies painted with symbols of fertility and abundance. Drumming echoed through the air, a heartbeat that synchronized with the rhythm of the earth. Women danced gracefully, their movements mimicking the flow of rivers, while men sang praises to the goddess, their voices rising like an incantation into the heavens. But beneath the joyous celebration lurked a tension, a reminder that not all was well in the world of mortals. There were stories of women who faced the anguish of loss, their dreams of motherhood shattered by tragedy. These heart-wrenching tales painted a stark contrast to the vibrant festivities. They sought the goddess's favor with tear-streaked faces, their hearts heavy with longing. It was in these moments of despair that Ixchel showed her true power. She would appear in dreams, guiding these women through their darkest hours, reminding them of their strength and the importance of hope. She restored their spirit, whispering that even in loss, new life could emerge, like a flower blooming from the ashes of a fire. Ixchel's connection to the moon added another layer to her mystique. The moon cycles mirrored the rhythms of life, a constant reminder of renewal and rebirth. During the full moon, women gathered to honor her, lighting candles and offering their deepest wishes. They believed that as the moon waxed and waned, so too did their hopes for family and future. Under the soft glow of moonlight, they felt the goddess's presence, a calm reassurance that life would find a way, even in the bleakest of times. Yet, even as her influence flourished, there were whispers of malevolent forces seeking to undermine her power. Stories circulated of the darkness lurking beyond the jungles, where male gods plotted to eclipse the light of fertility. They sought to rewrite the narrative, to diminish the sacred role of women in the cycle of life. Ixchel sensed their plans and, with a fierce determination, gathered her followers. She taught them to harness the strength of their femininity, to embrace their innate power as creators and nurturers. Together, they stood as a formidable force, defying the darkness and reaffirming their connection to the earth. As the legends of Ixchel continued to weave through the fabric of Mesoamerican culture, her spirit became a symbol of resilience. Generations passed, yet her essence endured. Women continued to seek her guidance, passing down stories from mother to daughter, each tale igniting a flicker of hope and courage. They learned that the goddess was not merely a figure of the past, but a living, breathing part of their identity. Her strength flowed through their veins, inspiring them to embrace their own journeys of motherhood, healing, and empowerment. In the quiet moments, when the world around them was still, they would feel her presence, like a gentle caress on their skin. Ixchel, the goddess of fertility, became more than a myth. She was a vital thread in the tapestry of life, connecting the past to the present, and whispering secrets of strength into the hearts of women. And so, with each cycle of the moon and every passing season, the legacy of Ixchel continued to flourish, a radiant force that could never be extinguished. The stories of her power and compassion, her battles and triumphs, would echo through the ages, reminding all who heard them that within the heart of every woman resides the spirit of creation itself, an eternal dance of life waiting to unfold. Under the thick canopy of the Yucatan jungle, shadows danced as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a haunting glow on the ancient stone temples. These structures, once alive with the chants and prayers of a civilization that flourished for thousands of years, now stood as silent witnesses to the cycles of life and death. Somewhere, deep within the tangled roots of the earth, a story was waiting to be told, a story of loss, resurrection, and the unbreakable bond between the living and the dead. In the Mayan cosmos, death was not an end, but a transformation, a passage into another realm. The ancient texts whisper of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who faced the underworld's terrifying challenges. When Hunahpu lost his life to the lords of Xibalba, darkness blanketed the land. Yet, the tale took a turn toward the incredible, a resurrection that would echo through time. The brothers, embodying hope and resilience, navigated the treacherous paths of the underworld, confronting fears that would freeze the blood of ordinary souls. Their journey was not simply a narrative. It was the heartbeat of an entire culture, breathing life into the understanding that death is but the beginning of a new chapter. The story unfolded in vivid colors, with vibrant depictions of the brothers' trials imprinted on pottery and murals, capturing the attention of those who dared to gaze upon them. Each stroke of the artist's hand depicted moments of despair, followed by triumphant rebirth, revealing the deep-seated belief in the cycle of life and death that permeated Mayan existence. Each image was a reminder that beyond the grave, there lies a promise of renewal, a concept that resonated so profoundly within the Mayan psyche. In the sacred grounds of Tikal, the air was heavy with the weight of history, stories clinging to the walls like ivy. The stone-faced gods gazed down, their expressions inscrutable yet knowing, as if they were guardians of both the living and the dead. Here, ceremonies took place, where priests would invoke the spirits of ancestors, seeking guidance and blessings. The faithful would gather, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the drums, chanting prayers that echoed through the ages, blending the realms of the mortal and the divine. For the Mayans, these rituals were not mere superstition. They were sacred reminders that life and death were eternally intertwined. An event that sent chills down the spines of the witnesses was the annual dedication of a temple to the gods. The sun shone bright, illuminating the faces of the gathered crowd. They watched in awe as a sacrifice was made, the ultimate act of devotion. In that moment, as the lifeblood flowed, the air crackled with energy, and it felt as if the gods themselves hovered close, accepting the offering with open arms. It was a moment that bridged the gap between worlds, a reminder of the fine line between life and the great unknown. A line that each soul would eventually traverse. The tales of the gods and their descent into the underworld echoed in the hearts of the Mayans. Each story carved into stone was a testament to the enduring struggle against the darkness. The goddess Ixchel, fierce and nurturing, was a prominent figure. Her capacity to create and destroy mirrored the essence of life itself. She represented the duality of existence, reminding the people that even in their darkest hours, there was always a glimmer of hope awaiting resurrection. Her stories were shared in hushed tones, reverberating with the fear and excitement of transformation. Echoing the cyclical nature of seasons, the day giving way to night, and life giving way to death. The Mayans revered the corn god, a symbol of sustenance and life. The tale of his death during a fierce drought led to the sorrowful cries of the earth, with crops wilting under the relentless sun. Yet, through the despair, a promise emerged. When the rains returned, the corn god would rise again, bringing life back to the fields and joy back to the hearts of the people. This cyclical pattern of death and rebirth was ingrained in their agricultural practices, a tangible reminder that from decay, new life would always flourish. The rhythm of planting and harvesting mirrored the stories of gods and heroes, reinforcing the belief that death was always accompanied by renewal. As twilight enveloped the landscape, the whispers of the past grew louder. The spirits of ancestors danced in the shadows, their legacy alive in the hearts of those who remembered. The Mayans honored their dead through rituals and offerings, ensuring that the bond between the living and the departed remained strong. Altars adorned with flowers and food were a testament to a relationship that transcended time, a relationship that promised that one day they would all meet again. The stories interwove like the roots of the great ceiba tree, symbolizing the connection between heaven and earth, life and death. A sense of urgency filled the air as the faithful prayed for guidance, for protection, and for the strength to face the inevitable. They knew that every ending was a new beginning, a cycle spinning endlessly through the vast expanse of time. Even the stars above seemed to shimmer with the tales of the past, each one a memory, each constellation holding the stories of the brave and the fallen, the triumphant and the lost. As the night deepened, the constellations told of heroes who faced their darkest fears, of gods who sacrificed for the sake of creation, and of the promise that death, while certain, was merely a passage to something greater. The stories twinkled in the sky, an eternal reminder that the dance between life and death continues, a rhythm never broken, always alive, echoing through generations yet to come. And so, in the embrace of the jungle, the ancient Maya reflected on their existence, drawing strength from their rich mythology, their unwavering belief that death was not an end, but a transformation, a resurrection that awaited each soul in the great tapestry of the universe. The air crackled with anticipation, as though the very earth was waiting for the next chapter in the endless cycle of life and death to unfold. The morning mist curled around the ancient temples of the Maya, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. As the sun rose, its golden rays pierced through the vapor, illuminating stone carvings that spoke of animals long revered. Each creature etched into the stone was a living testament to the Maya's deep bond with the natural world, where every rustle in the forest held the promise of an untold story. In the mythology of the Maya, animals were not mere beings wandering the earth. They were sacred messengers, carriers of wisdom, and embodiments of cosmic powers. The jaguar, fierce and regal, prowled through the shadows. Its spotted coat shimmered in the dappled sunlight, a symbol of strength and the underworld. Legends told of its ability to traverse both the earthly realm and the land of the spirits. For the Maya, the jaguar was a bridge between worlds, embodying the fearsome power of the gods. It was said that seeing a jaguar in the wild would bring both fear and awe, a reminder of the forces that moved beyond human understanding. The howler monkey echoed through the dense canopy, its guttural cries resonating like a haunting melody. To the Maya, the sound was more than a call. It was the voice of the gods, warning of changes to come, a harbinger of fate. Each howl sent shivers down the spine, reminding the people that the fate of their world was intertwined with the creatures that shared it. The monkeys were viewed as tricksters, clever and cunning, their antics both amusing and instructive. In many stories, they mirrored the complexities of human nature, revealing the darker sides of ambition and desire. As the sun climbed higher, a colorful toucan flitted between branches, its beak a striking palette of red, yellow, and blue. This feathered creature was more than a beautiful sight. It represented the connection between the heavens and the earth. The Maya believed that the toucan could convey messages from the sky, its vibrant colors a bridge to the divine. Its arrival heralded celebrations, a signal that the gods were pleased. Yet there was a shadow in its brightness, for the toucan also reminded the Maya of the fragility of life, how beauty can be fleeting. Then there were the serpents, slithering silently through the grass, embodying both creation and destruction. The feathered serpent, known as Quetzalcoatl in the broader Mesoamerican lore, was a significant figure in Maya mythology. This duality of the serpent, representing life and death, brought a deeper understanding of the cycles of nature and existence. Myths spoke of the serpent shedding its skin, a powerful symbol of rebirth and renewal. The sight of a serpent was both feared and revered, a reminder that the forces of nature were unpredictable and mighty. As shadows danced on the stone walls, the ancient tales of the coyote stirred in the air. Clever and resourceful, the coyote was often portrayed as a trickster, teaching lessons through its cunning escapades. The Maya used its stories to impart wisdom to their children, warning them of the pitfalls of greed and pride. A coyote's howls at dusk could send chills down the spine, a reminder that even the most cunning could fall victim to their own schemes. The tales were woven into the fabric of everyday life, guiding the people to tread lightly and with respect. The sacred Quetzal bird, with its emerald feathers, held a special place in the hearts of the Maya. It soared above, embodying beauty and freedom, yet it was also tied to the gods' favor. It was said that the Quetzal would only sing when in the presence of the divine, a symbol of hope that echoed through the valleys. To catch a glimpse of the Quetzal was to witness a miracle, a fleeting moment where the heavens kissed the earth. Each animal carried its own story, its own essence, weaving a rich tapestry of beliefs and traditions that shaped the Maya civilization. The sounds of the rainforest morphed into a symphony of life, where every chirp, croak, and growl echoed the ancient wisdom of the animals. The Maya listened closely, interpreting the language of the wild. They understood that respecting these creatures meant respecting themselves, a harmony that resonated through generations. As twilight approached, the air thickened with tension, and the stories began to weave together. The jaguar, the serpent, the toucan, and the coyote all converged in the minds of the people. Rituals were performed under the starlit sky, invoking the spirits of these sacred animals. Dancers adorned in vibrant feathers and painted skin mimicked the movements of the creatures, calling forth the essence of each one. The drums beat steadily, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself. In a moment of sheer intensity, a howl pierced the night, rising above the rhythmic pounding of drums. It was a call to the gods, a plea for guidance. The air crackled with energy, a palpable connection that tied the living to the spirits. As the dancers swirled around the fire, each movement resonated with the power of the animals that inspired them. The jaguar leapt, the serpent coiled, the toucan soared, and the coyote schemed, all alive in the hearts of the people. The stories of the animals lived on, binding the Maya to their land, their ancestors, and their future. Each creature was a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained life, weaving a narrative that was as breathtaking as it was complex. They understood that the world beyond their villages was alive, breathing, and pulsing with stories waiting to be told. And as the last embers of the fire faded into the night, the thoughts of the Maya lingered, caught in the web of their mythology. The animals, with their mysterious powers and ancient wisdom, promised to watch over them, guiding the way through the darkness. The night was far from over, and the bond between the Maya and the creatures of their world remained unbreakable, an eternal dance of spirit and flesh, life and legend, woven into the very fabric of existence. The villagers knew that each sunrise would bring new stories, new lessons, and new adventures, forever entwined with the captivating power of the animals that shared their world. In the whispering shadows of time, where legends intertwine with reality, a figure loomed large, a feathered serpent, both divine and earthly, revered and feared. The air crackled with an energy only those who dared to dream could feel. Quetzalcoatl, the sacred voyager, was not just a deity. He was the bridge between worlds, a harbinger of wisdom, creativity, and exploration. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the Mesoamerican landscape, the people of ancient Tenochtitlan gathered at the temple. They watched in rapt attention as priests adorned in vibrant feathers and precious stones called upon Quetzalcoatl. The fire danced wildly, illuminating their faces with flickering shadows, igniting a spark of hope and reverence in their hearts. With every chant, the air thickened with anticipation, and the winds seemed to carry the echo of his presence. Quetzalcoatl was not merely a figment of their imagination. He was woven into the very fabric of their existence. The legend spoke of him as a teacher, a guide who had once walked among them, imparting knowledge that transcended mere survival. He taught them to cultivate maize, the sacred corn that sustained life. With each planting season, they felt his spirit in the soil, a reminder of his promise that life would flourish. The people knew he would return. His absence was but a prelude to a greater return, a hope that shimmered like the stars above. Yet, beneath the layers of adoration, lay an unsettling tension. Some whispered of a prophecy, a return that would bring both enlightenment and chaos. The arrival of the Spanish invaders sent waves of fear rippling through the hearts of the Mexica. The glint of steel, the roar of cannons, the foreign tongues that spoke of a different god created a storm of uncertainty. Was Quetzalcoatl their savior or the harbinger of doom? Each passing day brought further conflict, leaving a scar on their once peaceful existence. In the tranquil fields, young men spoke of journeys across oceans, of lands beyond the horizon. They dreamed of following in the footsteps of their sacred serpent, voyaging to distant shores in search of knowledge and adventure. The elders warned them, murmuring that such desires could lead to madness. Yet, the pull of the unknown was irresistible, a siren call that resonated deep within their souls. Quetzalcoatl, the sacred voyager, symbolized their yearning for exploration, embodying the quest for truth beyond the confines of their world. One fateful night, as the moon hung low, a mysterious ship braved the shores of the empire. The people were drawn to the shore by a curiosity they could not explain. The vessel, adorned with strange symbols, glimmered under the moonlight as if it was a celestial star fallen to earth. A figure emerged, cloaked in robes that billowed like wings in the evening breeze. The stranger's face was obscured, yet an aura of familiarity enveloped him. Gasps filled the air. Could this be Quetzalcoatl returned, or merely an echo of their hope? The crowd held its breath, entranced. The figure raised his hands, palms open, inviting them to come closer. As he stepped into the light, a gasp rippled through the crowd. He bore a striking resemblance to the ancient depictions of Quetzalcoatl, the strong jaw, the piercing eyes that seemed to see into their very souls. Yet, behind this familiar visage lay a tension, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. He spoke of new beginnings, of lessons learned from far-off lands. His voice was a balm and a storm, stirring up emotions long buried and fears unspoken. Yet, hope and despair danced hand in hand. The people felt the earth beneath them tremble. Murmurs spread like wildfire. What did this mean? Was he truly their god returned, or a figure of their imagination, a ghost of their yearning for salvation? Doubt began to seep in, threatening to shatter the fragile equilibrium they clung to. As the sun rose, casting a brilliant light over the stone temples, the people found themselves at a crossroads. Some embraced the stranger, drawn by his magnetic energy and the promise of unity. Others looked on with skepticism, torn between their faith and the dread of uncertainty. Quetzalcoatl's essence pulsed through the air, igniting passions, fears, and hopes. He was a mirror reflecting their deepest desires and darkest fears. The city buzzed with the urgency of change. The sacred voyager's return sparked an awakening, but it was a double-edged sword. The priests argued fiercely in the temples, arguing whether to align with this new figure or stand firm in their traditions. The pulse of the city quickened, hearts racing, caught in the throes of a spiritual storm. As the crowds gathered, tension mounted, and the very air felt charged, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for a decision that could alter their fate. Would they cast their lot with the sacred voyager? Would they embrace the lessons of the past, or would they forge ahead into the uncharted waters of the future? The choices they made would ripple through the ages, shaping destinies yet to be written. As the sun climbed higher, a silence fell over the crowd, pregnant with anticipation. The answer hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of the unknown. Quetzalcoatl watched, a knowing glimmer in his eyes, for he understood the fragility of hope. His story was not just one of enlightenment, but of the tumultuous dance between fear and faith. In that moment, he was not merely a figure of worship. He was a living testament to the struggles of humanity, a reminder that the quest for knowledge often comes with a price. As his presence enveloped the gathering like a warm embrace, he beckoned them to step into a new chapter, one filled with promise and peril. In that fragile moment, where the past and future collided, the winds of change began to howl, carrying the voices of 1,000 dreams and fears. Quetzalcoatl, the sacred voyager, embodied the pulse of their shared journey, a testament to the unending quest for meaning in a world fraught with uncertainty. And as the shadows lengthened and the light danced upon the earth, the people felt the weight of destiny wrap around them like a shroud, pulling them toward an unknown horizon. In the depths of their hearts, they knew this was only the beginning, a pivotal moment that would echo across time, stirring the very essence of their being. In the beginning, there was darkness, an endless void where nothing existed. Then, without warning, a spark ignited, sending ripples through the emptiness, illuminating the inky abyss. It was the moment of creation, an explosion of stars, a dance of colors, a symphony of life bursting forth. But as bright as that light was, shadows lingered close behind, whispering of chaos and destruction. From the ancient tales of the Greeks, the birth of the universe emerged from the churning chaos of Gaia and Uranus. They forged a world filled with vibrant life, majestic mountains, and raging seas. Yet this creation was not without its dark side. The Titans, birthed from their union, were fierce and untamed. Their rebellion led to the fall of the gods, a cataclysm that threatened to unravel the very fabric of existence itself. As Zeus hurled his thunderbolts, the ground trembled and the skies wept, signaling that destruction was equally as powerful as creation. In the echoes of these myths, the duality of creation and destruction becomes hauntingly clear. The Hindu god Shiva embodies this eternal cycle. Dancers often depict him with one hand raised, symbolizing creation, while the other hand is poised to destroy. He dances on the remnants of a world he has just obliterated, a reminder that rebirth can only occur after devastation. The rhythmic movements of his dance echo through time, reflecting the balance that holds the universe together. Across the seas, in Norse mythology, the tale of Ragnarok unfolds, a prophesied apocalypse where gods clash with giants, leading to the end of the world as it is known. Yet, from this chaos, a new world rises, greener and more beautiful than before. The cycle of death and rebirth weaves through the narratives, echoing the heartbeat of nature itself. After winter's harsh grip, spring bursts forth, vibrant and alive, a testament to the intertwined fates of creation and destruction. In Mesopotamian legend, the god Marduk vanquished Tiamat, the goddess of chaos, in a battle that shook the heavens. From her carcass, he crafted the heavens and the earth, the rivers and the mountains. Creation blossomed from the remnants of chaos, yet it was a violent birth, marked by blood and strife. The ancient storytellers knew the truth. To create was to confront destruction, and to destroy was to make way for something new. The Egyptians, too, recognized this duality in their myths. The sun god Ra journeyed through the underworld each night, facing darkness and chaos, only to rise anew with each dawn. The stories of Osiris and Isis tell of love and loss, of death that leads to rebirth. Osiris's dismemberment and subsequent resurrection encapsulate the cycle of life. How from the deepest despair, hope can bloom anew. Even in the quiet corners of Native American lore, the tales whisper of creation and destruction. The Great Spirit carved the lands, shaped the mountains with gentle hands, and infused life into every creature. But where there is life, there comes struggle. The coyote, a trickster, often brings chaos, challenging the harmony that the Great Spirit created. The balance of these forces serves as a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of existence. As history unfolds, it becomes evident that the duality of creation and destruction is not just a myth. It reverberates through every culture, every civilization. The stories of civilizations rise and fall, the mighty empires of Rome and Greece, the flourishing kingdoms of the Aztecs and Maya, all serve as a testament to this cyclical nature. The grandeur of their achievements often stood on the ashes of what once was, buildings crumbling, cities abandoned, yet the spirit of innovation and creativity always finds a way to resurface. Consider the powerful narrative of the phoenix, a bird consumed by flames, only to rise from its own ashes, reborn and rejuvenated. This mythical creature has become a symbol of resilience and transformation. Every time it rises, it reminds the world that destruction is often a precursor to something magnificent. From the fires of despair, hope flickers, igniting the passions of those who dare to dream. In a world teetering on the brink of chaos, the stories of creation and destruction endure, echoing in the hearts of humanity. Each tale reminds us of our fragility and strength, the beauty that emerges from hardship. The land flourishes after a wildfire, and societies innovate after periods of trauma. The cycle continues, weaving through the fabric of existence, binding together the threads of joy and sorrow, triumph and loss. But as the sun sets and darkness cloaks the land, one can't help but shudder at the thought of what may come. The earth spins on an axis of uncertainty, much like the myths that have stood the test of time. Each day brings new stories, new challenges, and new opportunities to create or destroy. The powerful forces of nature and humanity collide, shaping destinies and forging new paths. In the end, it is this tension, the pull between creation and destruction, that makes the human experience so profound. The emotions, the struggles, the triumphs, they entwine like vines, creating a living tapestry of existence. Each thread tells a story, a reminder that in every end, there is a beginning waiting to emerge as the cycle of life continues its relentless dance, forever haunting, forever beautiful, forever entwined. The dense, humid air of the rainforest hung heavy, weaving an intoxicating perfume of earth and flora that enveloped the night. Beneath the canopy, shadows danced like whispers, and the moonlight flickered through the leaves. It was a world alive with sound, the rustling of leaves, the croaking of frogs, and the distant call of howler monkeys, a symphony that set the stage for the legend of the jaguar. In ancient times, long before the asphalt and steel of modern civilization, the jaguar ruled not just the jungle, but the very hearts of those who roamed its depths. To the indigenous tribes, the jaguar was not merely a creature, it was a divine being, a spirit that straddled the line between life and death. It was both feared and revered, a symbol of power that inspired awe and terror. Villagers spoke in hushed tones of its prowess, recounting tales of how the jaguar could leap from the shadows to snatch a gazelle, its golden coat a blur against the green. Every jaguar sighting ignited the air with electric anticipation. They believed that to encounter one was a sign from the gods, a call to recognize the primal force coursing through nature. With each paw print discovered in the mud, the villagers' hearts raced, and their imaginations ignited with stories of jaguars as celestial warriors. But lurking within that reverence was a profound fear, a fear of being preyed upon, a fear rooted in the jaguar's raw, unyielding power. One night, as the village gathered around the flickering fire, the elder spoke, his voice weaving through the air like smoke. He told of a young warrior named Tizok, who sought the jaguar for the ultimate challenge. Tizok, brave yet naive, believed he could conquer the beast that had haunted the dreams of his people. With eyes gleaming like the stars, he climbed into the depths of the jungle, armed with nothing but a spear and an unshakable resolve. As he ventured further into the thick underbrush, the sounds of the jungle seemed to hush, as if holding its breath. Shadows grew darker, and a chill slithered up his spine. Tizok felt the weight of the jungle watching him, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. Every rustle of leaves made his heart pound louder, a drum echoing his mounting anxiety. He reached a clearing where the moon bathed the ground in silver light, and there, at the center, lay the jaguar, its sleek body coiled and poised. The warrior's breath caught in his throat. The jaguar was magnificent, its fur a tapestry of black rosettes, eyes glimmering like twin pools of molten gold. In that moment, Tizok was struck by an overwhelming sense of insignificance. The jaguar was not just an animal. It was an embodiment of the wild, a fierce reminder of the untamed nature that lived outside the boundaries of civilization. As Tizok raised his spear with trembling hands, the jaguar's gaze pierced through him, and he felt a shift in the air, a ripple of ancient energy crackling between them. It was as if the jungle itself held its breath, waiting for the outcome of this primal duel. But before he could make his move, the jaguar sprang into action. In a blur of muscles and fur, it was upon him, a force of nature that transcended the physical. Time seemed to freeze in that heartbeat of chaos. Tizok felt the raw power of the jaguar as it danced around him, its movements fluid and mesmerizing. The warrior's heart raced, caught between the thrill of the hunt and the staggering realization that he was not the hunter, but the hunted. Each swipe of the jaguar's paw was a reminder of his mortality, a testament to the fierce beauty of life and death intertwined. In those fleeting moments, Tizok understood that the jaguar was not merely a creature to be conquered. It was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of secrets woven into the very fabric of existence. It was the embodiment of the spirit of the wild, fierce and unyielding, demanding respect from all who dared to enter its domain. With a final defiant roar, the jaguar blurred into the shadows, leaving Tizok alone in the silence, changed forever. The warriors who heard the tale returned to their homes, their spirits ignited with an unquenchable fire. The jaguar became the embodiment of their strength, a symbol not just of power, but of fear that was both exhilarating and terrifying. To them, it represented the duality of life, a reminder that beauty and danger were forever intertwined in the tapestry of nature. In the years that followed, the jaguar emerged as a mythical figure in their culture. Stories of its strength and ferocity spread like wildfire, igniting the imaginations of children and adults alike. It was woven into the very fabric of their existence, appearing in rituals and ceremonies, representing the fine line between life and death. The jaguar was painted on the walls of their caves, its image a constant reminder of the power of the earth and the respect it demanded. Yet, There was an undercurrent of fear that ran through these tales, a reminder that the jaguar was not simply a figure of admiration, but one that could invoke terror at any moment. As the village thrived, they began to build their homes closer to the edge of the jungle, a boundary that blurred the lines between safety and danger. The jaguar was always watching, a silent guardian of the wild that could strike at any time, leaving behind only whispers in the wind. As dusk fell once more, the jungle began to stir, alive with the pulse of ancient spirits. The stories of the jaguar echoed through the trees, a haunting melody that resonated with the very essence of life itself. The warriors stood at the edge of the forest, hearts racing and breath held, ready to embrace the power of the jaguar, knowing well the fear that came with it. In that moment, as night enveloped the land, the jaguar's legend continued to grow, feeding on the strength and fear rooted deep in every soul. The shadows grew long, and the jungle sighed, as if whispering its secrets to those brave enough to listen. Fire crackled in the night, a bright dance of flames illuminating the faces of the gathered people. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, reflecting the flickering light and the weight of centuries of tradition. The air was thick with the scent of copal incense, curling upwards like prayers to the heavens. Beneath the vast, star-studded sky, the sounds of chanting reverberated through the ancient stone temples, each note a thread woven into the rich tapestry of Maya mythology. In this moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. Every heartbeat thrummed with the significance of what was to unfold. The elders, adorned in vibrant textiles and intricate jewelry, stood tall, their voices rising in a melodic incantation that carried the weight of the ancestors. They were the conduits through which the spirits surged, a bridge between the living and the divine. As the rhythmic beating of drums built in intensity, so too did the energy of the crowd. Each person came with a purpose, a personal longing that connected them to the greater whole, reminding them of their place in the universe and the delicate balance of life. Rituals were not mere performances. They were a lifeline to the cosmos, an affirmation that the Maya were part of something far grander than themselves. The ancient texts told tales of creation, of gods who shaped the earth and breathed life into humanity. In each rite, whether it was the planting of corn or the offering of blood, the Maya engaged in a sacred dialogue with their deities, seeking favor, guidance, and the promise of prosperity. The sounds of conch shells echoed, heralding the arrival of the sacred fire, a flame that symbolized the heart of the world, a flicker of divinity that danced at the center of every ceremony. At the foot of the temple, a young woman stood, clutching a bundle of fragrant maize. Her heart raced, echoing the drum beats that pulsed like a living heartbeat around her. It was her turn to offer, to make a connection with the forces that governed her life. As she stepped forward, the elders' chanting wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Each word resonated within her, stirring emotions both ancient and raw. The maize, sacred in its own right, represented sustenance, life's essence, and the cyclical nature of existence. As she knelt before the altar, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced across the stone carvings of gods and ancestors. She whispered her prayers, her voice mingling with those of her forebears, piercing the veil that separated the worlds. In this intimate act, she felt the weight of her ancestors' hopes and dreams resting on her shoulders, a mantle of responsibility that was both beautiful and daunting. Suddenly, the air shifted. A hush fell over the gathering, as a figure cloaked in feathers and beads emerged from the shadows. The priest, with his wild hair and painted face, seemed to transcend time itself, embodying the spirit of the jaguar, a powerful symbol of strength and the underworld. The crowd held its breath, knowing that the moment had come for the most sacred of rituals, the blood offering. This act, though visceral, was steeped in reverence, a necessary sacrifice to honor the gods and ensure the earth's cycles continued unbroken. As the priest raised his ceremonial blade, glistening in the firelight, gasps echoed through the crowd. The atmosphere was electric, charged with both fear and reverence. This was no mere act of violence. It was a sacred communion, a blending of human existence with divine will. The blood, warm and vibrant, would nourish the earth, a potent reminder that life and death were intertwined. It was a moment where the seen and unseen collided, where the power of belief could shift the very fabric of reality. With each drop that fell upon the sacred altar, the crowd exhaled, releasing the tension that had built within them. They felt the earth respond, a subtle tremor beneath their feet, a reminder that the gods were watching, listening, and in that instant, they were pleased. The air thrummed with energy, a palpable essence that connected each soul present to the cosmos. It was a unifying force, drawing everyone closer together in a shared purpose, an understanding that they were part of a greater cycle. Children, wide-eyed and innocent, watched from the edges, absorbing the beauty and gravity of the event. They would carry this moment with them, the sacred lessons etched into their hearts, shaping their understanding of life, death, and the divine. The elders smiled gently at them, knowing that the future depended on these little ones, grasping the significance of their traditions. In the glow of the fire, the past, present, and future intertwined, forging an unbreakable bond that would echo through generations. As the night deepened, the rituals unfolded, each one more breathtaking than the last. Offerings of flowers, fruits, and incense filled the air with a richness that beckoned the senses. Dancers weaved through the throng, their movements fluid and enchanting, embodying the spirits of the earth, sky, and sea. Each twirl, each leap told a story of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The energy pulsed through the crowd, igniting their spirits, lifting them beyond the mundane into a realm where anything was possible. The Maya understood that life was a series of cycles, of planting and harvesting, of laughter and tears, of beginnings and endings. Their rituals served not only to honor the gods, but to remind humanity of its place within this vast, interconnected web of existence. There was a beauty in the rhythm of life, a promise that even in times of struggle, the sun would rise again, the earth would heal, and hope would flourish. As the final echoes of the evening's ceremonies began to fade, the people found themselves standing on the precipice of something profound. They had woven their lives into the fabric of the cosmos, and in doing so, they had found a sense of belonging that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Each ritual, each offering, was a testament to their resilience, a declaration that they would continue to honor the sacred stories that defined them. With the dawn poised to break, the tension in the air held a promise, a whisper of the tales yet to unfold, the mysteries still waiting to be revealed in the intricate dance between the divine and the mortal. The flickering flames of the fire cast long shadows, hinting at the ever-turning wheel of fate, waiting to embrace the next chapter in this timeless saga. The air was thick with the scent of incense, mingling with the soft whispers of those who had come to honor the spirits of the past. Flickering candlelight danced across the faces of the living, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out, yearning for connection. Each flicker carried with it stories untold, memories held close in the hearts of those gathered. They were not alone. In spirit, their ancestors were present, watching, guiding, and sometimes even weeping alongside them. In many cultures, the wisdom of ancestors is not just revered, but woven into the very fabric of daily life. Across centuries and continents, the belief that ancestors remain with us, offering protection, guidance, and a whisper of wisdom, has shaped traditions and rituals. The stories of these ancestors are told and retold, their legacies living on in the hearts of the living. Whether through the reverent silence in a sacred space or the boisterous laughter shared around a family meal, their presence is felt in countless ways. On a chilly autumn night in a small village in Japan, the streets were lined with lanterns, their soft glow illuminating the path for spirits returning home. Families prepared intricate altars, adorned with flowers, fruits, and photographs of their departed loved ones. Obon was not merely a festival, it was a reunion, a sacred time when the veil between the worlds was thin, allowing the living to connect with their ancestors. Children danced joyfully, unaware of the heavy histories carried by each soul they honored. For those who understood, it was a bittersweet moment, a reminder of love, loss, and the enduring bond that transcends time. In ancient Egypt, the ancestors held a place of utmost importance in the lives of the living. Tombs were not merely resting places but gateways to the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the dead would continue to influence the fortunes of the living, and thus, elaborate rituals were performed to ensure a smooth passage to the afterlife. The weight of a pharaoh's legacy hung heavy in the air as priests chanted, calling forth the spirits with sacred words. The heart of the deceased, weighed against a feather of truth, determined their fate. Those who passed on would either join the gods in eternal paradise or wander the desolate underworld, haunting the living with their unfulfilled desires. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the land, a young girl named Amina knelt before her family's altar in West Africa. The vibrant colors of the kente cloth draped around her resembled the tapestry of her ancestors' lives, each thread telling tales of bravery, struggle, and resilience. Her grandmother had always said that the spirits would guide her, that they would show her the path she was meant to take. Amina lit a candle and closed her eyes, whispering her hopes and dreams into the ether, believing that the ancestors were listening, ready to offer their wisdom. In the Americas, the Day of the Dead unfolded with vibrant colors and joyful celebrations, a tribute to those who had passed. Families would gather to create altars brimming with photographs, favorite foods, and marigold flowers that served as a bridge between the worlds. Laughter echoed through the streets as people shared stories of their loved ones, keeping their memories alive in a way that felt almost magical. This celebration was not shrouded in sorrow, but illuminated by love and remembrance as the spirits danced among them, drawn by the call of their families. The deep-seated belief in ancestor worship transcends geographic boundaries, threading through the fabric of society, binding generations together in a sacred dance of remembrance. In China, the practice of ancestor veneration has ancient roots, steeped in Confucian ideals that emphasize filial piety. Families gather during festivals to honor their ancestors, bowing before their altars, offering food and prayers in gratitude for the sacrifices made. The rituals are a living testament to the respect and reverence for those who came before, a reflection of the wisdom passed down through generations. Yet, amid the reverence, there is an underlying tension, a fear of forgetting, of losing the connection that binds present to past. The living often grapple with the weight of their ancestors' expectations, the burden of upholding family honor while forging their own paths. The echoes of their ancestors' voices can sometimes clash with the desires of the heart, creating a complex tapestry of emotion that both inspires and constrains. In a dimly lit room, an elderly man named Miguel spoke softly to his grandchildren, recounting tales of their great-grandparents who fought against oppression, who dreamed of a brighter future. As he shared their struggles, his eyes glimmered with both pride and sorrow. The room was thick with emotion, the weight of history pressing down on them as they listened. The past was not just a series of events, it was a living, breathing entity that shaped their identities. In that moment, they felt the spirits of their ancestors swirling around them, bolstering their resolve to carry forth the legacy of courage and strength. As the stories flowed, the boundaries between life and death began to blur. The living could almost see the spirits nodding in approval, their presence felt in the warmth of the room, igniting a fire within the young hearts eager to honor their lineage. It was an unbroken circle of love, a connection that pulsed through time, unyielding and eternal. With every retelling, they felt the weight of their ancestors' dreams resting upon their shoulders, urging them to rise, to live boldly, and to remember. And in that space, where the past intertwined with the present, the air crackled with energy. The stories of brave souls echoed in their ears, whispering of hope, resilience, and undying love. It was a call to action that spurred them forward, igniting a desire to honor the legacy that wove them together and to keep the fire of remembrance alive. Even as the night wore on and the candles burned low, the bonds remained unbroken. The ancestors were not merely memories. They were an integral part of the living fabric, guiding and nurturing, reminding all that they are never truly alone. Each flicker of candlelight illuminated not just the past, but the path ahead, a path rich with possibility, steeped in the strength of those who came before, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. Beneath the stillness of a starry sky, a distant drumbeat echoed through the valleys of ancient civilizations, marking the passage of time in a way that was as sacred as it was practical. The rhythms of life were woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, each heartbeat a reminder of the cycles that governed existence. From the dawn of humanity, people turned their gaze to the heavens, interpreting the dance of the sun and moon as both a guide and a blessing. These celestial bodies were not just orbs of light. They were the very essence of time itself, revered and feared, celebrated and mourned. In the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians meticulously charted the movements of celestial bodies, creating one of the first known calendars. Their string of clay tablets told stories, not just of harvests and floods, but of gods and goddesses who pulled the strings of fate. They divided the year into 12 lunar cycles, each interwoven with myths that explained the world around them. The tale of Inanna's descent into the underworld echoed through the ages, a poignant reminder of life, death, and rebirth, striking a chord deep within the hearts of those who believed. As time marched on, civilizations rose and fell, but the sacredness of the calendar remained a common thread. In ancient Egypt, the Nile's flooding was a divine gift, a literal marker of time that dictated life. The Egyptians celebrated the heliacal rising of Sirius, believing it heralded the annual inundation that brought fertility to their lands. The calendar was not merely a tool for agriculture, it was a ceremonial tapestry woven with prayers, incantations, and offerings to ensure the gods' favor. The pyramids, standing tall against the horizon, were aligned with the stars, their very existence a testament to the cosmic order that the Egyptians so deeply revered. In the shadows of towering stone monoliths, the Celts measured time through the changing seasons. They celebrated the solstices and equinoxes with a fervor that reflected their connection to the earth. Each festival, from Samhain to Beltane, was steeped in mythology, intertwining the cycles of nature with tales of deities and spirits. The sacred calendar was their compass, guiding them through the mysteries of life and death, light and darkness. Fires were lit, and songs were sung, echoing through the night as the world around them transformed. Across the ocean, the Maya crafted a calendar that was as complex as it was beautiful. Their understanding of time was profound, intertwining the mythical with the mathematical. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day ritual calendar, was a sacred cycle tied to the cycles of human life, from birth to death. Each day held its own meaning, a unique energy that influenced the fate of individuals. The Maya believed time was not linear, but cyclical, a great wheel spinning endlessly. Their temples, adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, whispered stories of gods who shaped the cosmos, of sun and moon dancing eternally, and of the balance that must always be maintained. But not all calendars were created with the same reverence. As empires expanded and cultures collided, the sacredness of timekeeping began to shift. The Roman calendar, originally tied to agricultural cycles, became a tool of power and control. Months were renamed, and festivals were altered to fit the whims of emperors. Yet, even amidst this transformation, traces of mythology lingered. The celebration of Saturnalia, where social norms blurred and revelry reigned, still echoed the ancient traditions of honoring the gods, a reminder of the delicate balance between order and chaos. In the East, the lunar calendar of the Chinese was a harmonious blend of timekeeping and spirituality. The cycles of the moon were celebrated with vibrant festivals, each one steeped in rich folklore. The Mid-Autumn Festival, with its mooncakes and lanterns, was a time to honor family and reflect on the cycles of life. The Chinese zodiac, with its 12 animal signs, brought personality and fate into the fold, each year imbued with the essence of its ruling creature. Time was revered as a flowing river, both guiding and reflecting the ebb and flow of existence. As the wheel of time turned, the sacred calendar began to intersect with the rise of science. The Age of Enlightenment brought forth a new understanding of the universe, yet the emotional ties to time remained unbroken. Galileo gazed through his telescope, discovering moons around Jupiter, while still feeling the weight of celestial myths upon his shoulders. The stars sparkled above him, a constant reminder that no matter how much humanity advanced, the stories woven into the night sky were timeless. A chill ran down the spine of those who realized that calendars were more than just numbers on a page. They were mirrors, reflecting the soul of humanity, capturing the essence of what it meant to exist. Every tick of the clock, every shift in the seasons, spoke of a deeper connection to the universe. The ancient stories lived on, whispered through the winds, and echoed in the hearts of those who cared to listen. And so, the sacred calendar continued its rhythm, a heartbeat across cultures and time. The drumbeat of history pulsed through the ages, interwoven with tales of love and loss, hope and despair. Each culture, each civilization had its own unique interpretation of the sacredness of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the land, the stories continued, waiting to be told, resonating with the collective heartbeat of humanity. In this ever-turning wheel of time, the echoes of myths intertwined with the ticking of clocks, creating a symphony that was both haunting and beautiful. The night sky, a canvas for dreams and fears alike, beckoned to those beneath it. The stories of the past reveled in their power, urging the present to remember that time is not just a sequence of moments, but a sacred journey filled with emotion. Every tick, a reminder of the divine dance of life and the intricate threads that bind us all. The night sky unfolded like a blanket of shimmering jewels, each star a whisper from the gods, every constellation a story waiting to be told. In the ancient cities of the Maya, the heavens were not merely a backdrop. They were alive with meaning, guiding the people in their daily lives, shaping their beliefs, and breathing life into their rituals. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the temples and plazas, the air filled with an electric tension, a palpable sense of anticipation. The people gathered, their eyes turned skyward, hearts racing, as if the universe itself was about to reveal its secrets. For the Maya, the cosmos was a vast tapestry woven with divine threads. They watched the movements of celestial bodies with rapt attention, understanding that the dance of the planets and stars held the key to their existence. Their calendars, meticulously calculated, were not just tools for marking time. They were sacred instruments that orchestrated the rhythm of life. Each day, each month, and each year echoed with the sounds of their ancestors, as if the cosmos sang a song of creation and destiny. Amidst this cosmic ballet, the Maya found patterns and meaning. The rising and setting of the sun dictated their agricultural cycles, guiding them when to plant and when to harvest. The cycles of the moon influenced their rituals of fertility and renewal, reflecting the ebb and flow of life itself. But perhaps most significant was the planet Venus, the morning star, which pierced the dawn with its brilliant light. To the Maya, Venus was a harbinger of war and conflict, its appearance a signal that the time had come to engage in battles and reclaim honor. The very air crackled with tension as the warriors prepared, their hearts fueled by the celestial signs that promised victory. Each temple and pyramid stood as a monument to this celestial understanding, their orientations carefully aligned with the cosmos. The majestic El Caracol in Chichen Itza, a circular observatory, served as a sentinel to the heavens, its windows framing the passage of stars like a cosmic clock. The Maya climbed its steps, not just for the view, but to connect with the divine, feeling the weight of the universe upon their shoulders. They believed that through their observations, they could communicate with the gods, that their prayers and offerings would reach the celestial heights and return as blessings. As ceremonies unfolded under the starlit sky, incense wafted through the air, mingling with the hopes and fears of the people. Shimmering offerings, precious jade, vibrant feathers, and the blood of sacrifice were laid before the altars, each piece imbued with the belief that they could sway the will of the gods. The high priests, clad in elaborate garments, called upon the heavens, their voices rising in a harmonious plea for guidance. The stars twinkled in response, as if acknowledging their fervent desires, sending chills down the spines of those witnessing the sacred act. With every eclipse that darkened the sky, panic would seize the hearts of the people. They feared the end was near, that perhaps the gods were angry. During these moments, the air thickened with dread. The priests would work tirelessly, interpreting the signs, assuring the crowd that the darkness was temporary, that the light would return. And when it did, the collective sigh of relief was a powerful reminder that their lives were intertwined with the cosmos, their fates hanging in the balance of celestial tides. The Mayas' understanding of time was a spiral, not a straight line. They believed that history repeated itself, and the movements of celestial bodies echoed past events. This belief infused their society with a rich sense of continuity and connection. Each generation inherited the stars' stories, meticulously recorded in codices, ancient books that held not just their history, but the very fabric of their beliefs. The glyphs, intricately carved and painted, were like fingerprints of the sky, capturing the essence of their observations and the depth of their reverence. Yet, amidst this rich tapestry of astronomy and spirituality, there was always the underlying fear of imbalance. The Maya understood that the cosmos influenced their lives, but they also believed that their actions could affect the stars. The cycles of nature and the movements of the heavens were intertwined, creating a delicate dance of cause and effect. To stray from the path of harmony meant risking chaos, and the stakes were high. It was this tension that fueled their passion for astronomy, a passion that was both a quest for knowledge and a desperate plea for balance. As day turned to night, the skies transformed into a canvas painted with constellations, each one a reminder of the stories that defined their existence. The Milky Way shimmered like a river of dreams, guiding the souls of the ancestors. In the quiet moments, when the music of the night became a soft murmur, the people would share tales passed down through generations, stories of creation, of gods and goddesses, of heroes and sacrifices. Those tales intermingled with the stars, creating a bond that transcended time, allowing the Maya to feel the presence of their ancestors with every passing night. With each celestial event, a supernova, a comet, or a planetary alignment, the energy shifted, altering the very fabric of their beliefs. The people felt a surge of hope and fear all at once, as if the universe were playing a game with their fates. Each new sky phenomenon was a reminder of their place in the grand scheme, a jolt of emotion that resonated deep within their souls. The night sky was a living entity, pulsating with life, beckoning them to look up and remember their connection to something much greater. As the last echoes of the ceremonial drums faded into the night, the Maya knew that their beliefs were not merely products of their imagination, but reflections of a complex relationship with the cosmos. Their hearts beat in time with the stars, their lives illuminated by the wisdom of the heavens. The tension between fate and free will lingered in the air, a reminder that every action had its consequence, every belief its weight. But even as the stars twinkled above, casting their ancient light upon the earth, the Maya faced an uncertain future, one that would test the very foundations of their celestial beliefs. With the coming storms and the shifting tides of power, the delicate balance they had maintained for centuries would soon be challenged, forcing them to confront the ultimate question: what happens when the cosmos turns against them? The answer loomed in the shadows, waiting to unveil itself as the night deepened and the stars continued their silent vigil. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient ball court, where sweat and spirit intertwined in a dance as old as time. The air hummed with anticipation, a charged stillness that promised the thrill of competition and the weight of destiny. Each player, adorned in vibrant colors, moved like shadows against the backdrop of history, their hearts pounding with the rhythm of ancient drums echoing from the stone walls. This was no mere game. It was a sacred ritual, a clash of myth and reality that echoed through the ages. The ceremonial ball games were the lifeblood of society, a bridge between the gods and mortals, where every bounce of the ball carried the hopes and fears of an entire community. The spectators, a sea of vibrant colors and gleaming eyes, leaned forward, suspended in a moment that felt both timeless and fleeting. They whispered the names of the deities, invoking their presence, desperate for a sign, a blessing, a miracle. The players, embodying the spirits of their ancestors, felt the weight of expectations press on their shoulders. Each game was steeped in history, a retelling of creation myths, where the gods themselves played along the sidelines, their laughter and cries woven into the fabric of the contest. In this world, the ball was not just an object. It was a symbol of life and death, of fertility and drought, of the sun's rise and fall. It represented the delicate balance of nature, and every strike of the ball resonated with the pulse of the earth. As the game began, the sound of the ball hitting the court reverberated like thunderclaps, sending shivers of excitement through the crowd. The players darted and weaved, their movements a symphony of strength and grace, each maneuver steeped in tradition. The spectators erupted in cheers, their voices rising like waves, each shout carrying the weight of unspoken prayers. With every point scored, the earth seemed to tremble, as if the gods themselves were watching, and the outcome of the game could tip the scales of life itself. In the shadows of the court, the priests knelt, their faces painted with the symbols of the gods they served. They knew that this was more than just sport. It was a transaction with the divine. Sacrifices had been made, offerings left at altars, and the fate of the harvest hung in the balance. The outcome of the game could determine whether the rains would come or the skies would remain dry, whether the crops would flourish or wither away. The stakes were high, and the tension palpable. The ball, a round symbol of cosmic balance, danced between the teams like a celestial body caught in orbit, each strike resonating with a heartbeat. A player lunged, his hand outstretched, fingers brushing against the surface of the ball. And in that split second, the entire stadium held its breath, teetering on the edge of belief and despair. The outcome was uncertain, yet every face reflected a flicker of hope, a spark of unwavering faith. With every moment that passed, the energy heightened, becoming a living entity of its own. The crowd swayed, intoxicated by the rhythm of the game, a collective heartbeat echoing in unison. The spectators' eyes shone with tears of joy and anguish, their emotions laid bare. A mother clutched her child, whispering prayers to protect her family as the ball soared through the air, while an elder raised his arms, invoking the spirits of the ancestors to guide the players. The game reached its climax, the score neck and neck, breaths caught in throats, hearts racing. The players pushed their limits, driven by a force that transcended the material world. It wasn't just about winning, it was about legacy, about proving themselves worthy in the eyes of the gods. In that moment, honor was everything. With every play, they wove a tapestry of glory and sacrifice, and the very fabric of society seemed to vibrate with the energy of the moment. Then came the final blow, a strike that sent the ball high into the air, suspended against the golden light of dusk. Time seemed to stand still. The crowd erupted, their voices a cacophony of joy and dread, as the ball arced downward, destined to find its place in the annals of history. Was it fate, or perhaps the hand of the divine. The air crackled with possibilities, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the answer to reveal itself. As the ball struck the ground, a thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the very foundations of the court. It was a moment of pure magic, a communion between the earthly and the celestial. The players collapsed into each other's arms, the sweat mixing with tears of triumph and relief. But amidst the celebration, a shadow flickered in the corners of the field, a reminder that with every victory, there was a cost, a sacrifice that would resonate beyond the final whistle. The priests rose, their faces solemn, knowing the true weight of what had just unfolded. Whispers of the divine echoed softly in their hearts, a reminder that their work was not yet finished. The ball games were more than entertainment. They were rituals that needed closure, a way to honor the gods who watched and waited, always demanding respect and reverence. And as night descended, draping the court in its silken embrace, the pulse of the game continued to echo in the hearts of all who had borne witness. Stories would be told, legends would be born, and the cycle would begin again. For the ball was but a symbol of the eternal dance between humanity and the divine. The thrill of the game reverberated through the ages, promising that the sacred bond between mythology and society would never fade, binding generations together in an unbreakable bond of hope, fear, and resilience. In the lingering silence, one could sense the whispers of fate, teasing the promise of what was yet to come, leaving the crowd yearning for more, their hearts still racing, alive with the echoes of the game. Beneath the sun's golden gaze, a ceremonial drumbeat thrummed in the air, pulsing like the very heart of the ancient world. The crowd, a sea of vibrant colors, stood in rapt attention as a figure emerged from the shadows of a grand temple, adorned in regal robes that shimmered like the stars above. This was no mere mortal. He was a king, a living embodiment of divine will, chosen by the gods themselves. The air crackled with electricity, a profound sense of awe washing over the onlookers as they prepared to witness a moment that transcended the ordinary. In cultures across the globe, the concept of divine kingship has woven itself into the very fabric of society. It was a belief that kings were not just rulers, but were intertwined with the celestial, their authority sanctioned by the divine. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were viewed as gods on earth, their every action closely linked to the cycles of nature and the cosmos. The Nile's annual flooding, a miracle in itself, was credited to their favor with the gods. It is said that when a pharaoh ascended to the throne, he underwent a transformation, shedding his humanity for the ethereal mantle of divinity. But the roots of this belief stretch far beyond the sandy banks of the Nile. In Mesopotamia, kings were often depicted with divine attributes, their statues bearing horns, a symbol of their godly might. Legends tell of Gilgamesh, the mighty king of Uruk, who sought immortality and, in doing so, forged a bond with the gods. The Epic of Gilgamesh is a poignant reminder of the struggles between human frailty and the desire for divine favor. As the tale unfolds, one can almost hear the whispered prayers of the people, seeking reassurance that their king would bridge the gap between the mortal realm and the heavens. In the vastness of the Asian steppes, Genghis Khan rose against the backdrop of a mythic landscape. His people believed he was descended from the blue sky, a child of the eternal blue heaven. Each victory on the battlefield was seen as a blessing, a sign of his divine right to rule. His legacy, steeped in a tapestry of myth and reality, created a powerful narrative that resonated deeply with his followers. The very name of Genghis Khan became synonymous with destiny, a whisper of the divine in every triumph. Across the oceans, the divine kingship found its way into the myths of the Americas. The Aztec emperor, revered as a living god, would perform sacred rituals atop the majestic pyramids of Tenochtitlan. The bond between the emperor and the gods was palpable. The people believed that his blood could sate the hunger of the sun, ensuring the world's balance. The tension in the air was suffocating as chants filled the night, echoing through the valleys, invoking the spirits that watched over them from the heavens. Each sacrifice was an act of faith, a moment where the line between the earthly and the divine blurred, igniting a fervor that would resonate for generations. In the lush jungles of Africa, kings like Mansa Musa of Mali were not only rulers, but also divine figures, believed to be chosen by the spirits of ancestors. As he journeyed to Mecca, wealth flowed in his wake, a tangible manifestation of his divine blessing. His pilgrimage was not just a personal quest, it was a testament to the power of faith and the divine right of kings. The reverberations of his journey crackled like fire across the lands, inspiring awe and envy alike. Each step he took became a prayer, a testament to the belief that kings were vessels for the god's will. In the ancient world, myths and the divine intertwined with the very act of governance, creating a rich tapestry of belief that shaped societies. Each king carried the weight of not just their people, but the heavens above. The rituals, the ceremonies, and the bloodlines, all were steeped in a potent mix of history and mythology. The connection lingered in the air, unyielding and powerful, as loyal subjects prayed for the prosperity bestowed upon them through their chosen leaders. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the gathered crowd, the king raised his arms skyward, invoking the blessings of the deities. The drumbeat intensified, resonating with the heartbeat of the earth itself. The people held their breath, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the torches, each one a symbol of hope and devotion. It was in this moment, suspended in time, that the essence of divine kingship came alive. The crowd's energy surged, a palpable force that united them in purpose. They were bound together by their belief in the king's divine right, their hopes and fears entwined in his every gesture. It was a reminder that in this intricate dance of power, mythology provided the foundation upon which rulers stood tall. The king, a figure of unprecedented strength, was but a mirror reflecting their aspirations, illuminating the path toward a brighter future. Yet, as the celebration reached its crescendo, whispers of doubt began to creep in. Not every king was truly divine, and the shadows of history were littered with tales of treachery and despair. Was the king truly chosen by the gods, or was he just a man, cloaked in borrowed divinity? The tension in the air was thick, a thread of uncertainty weaving through the fabric of belief. It was a question that lingered, threatening to unravel the very essence of divine kingship itself. Beneath the stars, the dance of power continued, with echoes of triumph and tragedy vibrating through time. Each king, a chapter in a story that refused to end, beckoned the next phase of existence, an intricate narrative of myth and reality. The flicker of the torches illuminated the faces of the crowd, revealing a tapestry of emotions: hope, fear, devotion, and skepticism. They were all part of something greater, an eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth that, like the stars above, would endure forever. The thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, a low growl that sent shivers down the spine of anyone caught outside. It was an ancient warning, a reminder of the power that loomed above, of gods who wielded storms and shaped destinies with a flick of their wrists. Across the world, the air crackled with tension, an electric hum of fear and reverence. In every heart, there pulsed a truth as old as time itself. The connection between gods and humans was not just a fable, but a living, breathing bond that could ignite passion and plunge souls into despair. In ancient Greece, the great city of Athens stood as a testament to this intricate relationship. Marble pillars reached toward the heavens, adorned with carvings of deities that seemed to watch over the citizens with both pride and scrutiny. Every citizen knew that the favor of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, could mean the difference between triumph and tragedy. In the bustling agora, merchants whispered prayers as they bartered, while mothers taught their children to honor the gods with offerings of honey and wine. The air was thick with the desperation of hope, the unyielding belief that divine hands shaped their fate. Across the oceans, in the sacred lands of Egypt, the Nile flowed with an eternal rhythm, a lifeline bestowed by the gods. The great pharaohs believed themselves to be gods on earth, mediators between the divine and the mundane. Temples rose like colossal mountains, their stone facades inscribed with tales of gods who walked among men, who laughed and wept, who demanded reverence, yet offered protection. Each grain of sand held the weight of prayers, echoing the cries of mortals who sought guidance in times of drought and despair. The relationship was symbiotic. The gods thrived on the devotion of their people, while humans found strength in the belief that they were never alone. But the bond was not always one of harmony. In the Norse lands, the gods were fierce and capricious, their very nature a reflection of the raw, untamed wilderness that surrounded them. The howling winds and crashing waves mirrored the tumultuous relationships between gods, like Odin, Thor, and Loki. The stories told of great feasts and bitter betrayals, of alliances forged and broken. The humans watched in awe, but also in fear, knowing that the gods could just as easily bless their crops as they could unleash a frost that wiped out entire villages. The line between favor and wrath was thin, stretching and bending with the whims of immortal beings. In the shadows of these grand narratives, there lingered a haunting question. What did it mean to be human in the eyes of the divine? The answer was as varied as the cultures that pondered it. In India, the cycle of reincarnation offered a glimpse into the divine tapestry, where each life was a thread woven by the hands of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Mortals worshipped with fervor, seeking to fulfill their dharma, to live in accordance with the cosmic order. Temples adorned with intricate sculptures told stories of gods who loved, fought, and sacrificed for humanity. Each act of devotion was a dance, a plea to become one with the universe and its creators. Yet, beneath the surface of worship and reverence lay a darker truth. In the Aztec Empire, the relationship with the gods was intertwined with fear and sacrifice. The sun god Huitzilopochtli demanded blood to rise each day, and the people responded with ritualistic fervor, believing that their survival depended on these offerings. The hearts of the sacrificed echoed in the temples, a chilling reminder of the lengths to which humanity would go to appease the divine forces. The gods felt both distant and all-consuming, their presence a constant reminder of mortality's fragility. Throughout history, there were those who sought to bridge the gap between gods and humans, prophets, shamans, and mystics who claimed to speak for the divine. In ancient Israel, prophets wandered the land, their voices a clarion call to the people. They warned of consequences and foretold glories, their words imbued with the urgency of a fire that could not be contained. Humans yearned for connection, for understanding, and these figures became the conduits through which the divine could be felt. The weight of their messages, however, often bore a cost, as they faced skepticism, ridicule, and even death. As empires rose and fell, the relationship between gods and humans transformed, yet the core of it remained unchangeable. The longing for connection persisted, a thread woven through every culture, every belief system. From the elaborate rituals of the ancient Romans, who held grand festivals to honor their pantheon, to the quiet prayers whispered in dimly lit rooms by those seeking solace, humanity reached out in hopes of being acknowledged, of being loved. And then came the Age of Enlightenment, a time when reason began to eclipse faith. The gods seemed to recede into the background, their power questioned by those who sought to understand the world through science and logic. But even as the concept of divinity was challenged, the need for something greater, something beyond the human experience, surged forth. Philosophers and thinkers grappled with the essence of existence, pondering whether the gods had merely transformed into concepts, symbols of hope, morality, and humanity's quest for meaning. In the stillness of a moonlit night, on the cusp of transition between worlds, a hushed whisper floated through the air. It was a reminder that no matter the time or place, the connection between gods and humans was a dance of longing and fear, of love and sacrifice. As the winds howled and the stars twinkled above, the world held its breath, caught in the delicate balance of belief and doubt. And in that moment, the heart of humanity beat in sync with the pulse of the divine. A reminder that the questions lingered, unspoken yet ever present, as the cycle of existence continued its relentless march forward. In a world where the sun kissed the earth and the moon whispered secrets to the night, women walked alongside gods and legends, their voices intertwined with the fabric of creation, echoing through the centuries like haunting melodies. The tales spun from the ancient lands of the Maya were not merely stories. They were lifeblood, woven with the threads of strong women who defied boundaries and redefined existence. Take, for instance, the goddess Ixchel, the embodiment of fertility and the moon. She was not just a celestial figure. She was a healer, a nurturer, and a fierce protector of women. In the myths, when the world was flooded with chaos, it was Ixchel who wielded her powers to bring forth life. She commanded the waters, guiding the tides, reflecting strength and resilience. Her connection to the moon symbolized the cyclical nature of life. Just as the moon waxed and waned, so too did women experience cycles of creation, birth, and renewal. But beneath the surface of these divine narratives, women were intricately woven into the everyday lives of the Maya. They were not merely passive figures. They were leaders, warriors, and creators. One could hear the intensity in the air when tales of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, unfolded. Their journey to the underworld was not solely a male narrative. Behind every triumph was the guiding hand of their mother, a fierce woman who sent them forth with wisdom and strength. She embodied the nurturing spirit of the earth itself, a reminder that life and struggle were inseparable. Then there was the tale of the earth goddess, who taught humans how to cultivate maize, the very staple of Maya life. This goddess was not just a deity in the sky. She was the mother of all nourishment, her hands in the soil, her spirit in the harvest. Every time a farmer tilled the ground, they felt her presence, an intimate connection to the land that breathed life into their families. It was women who carried this knowledge, passing down traditions and sacred rituals that connected generations. Each seed planted was a testament to their strength, their resilience, and their unwavering belief in tomorrow. Emotions ran high in every story. The sorrow of lost love, the joy of new life, and the struggle against adversity painted vivid pictures. Women were often depicted as warriors in their own right, battling demons not just in the myths, but in their lives. The powerful figure of the jaguar woman emerged in tales as both a fierce protector and a symbol of strength. She fought for her people, embodying the primal spirit of the jungle. With every growl of her heart, she reminded all that the strength of a woman is both feral and nurturing, an unstoppable force in the world. In the darkened corners of the underworld, where fear often reigned, women wielded their power with grace. The story of the goddess Ixtabai, who lured men with her beauty only to reveal the dangers hidden within desire, sent shivers down the spine. She was a warning, a whisper of caution, wrapped in seduction. Her duality represented the complex layers of womanhood, beauty and danger, nurturing and fierce. Every woman carried this potential within them, a blend of all that was sacred and feared. As the sun sent its first rays of light to touch the earth, the stories of women became intertwined with the realm of the gods. They were not simply muses to inspire. They were the architects of fate. The tale of the Mother of the Maze was a prime example, a woman who called forth the very essence of life from the ground. Her strength was not just in nurturing, but in her ability to command respect. With each grain of maize that sprouted, her legacy endured, reminding everyone that women's roles in society were foundational, carrying the weight of culture and tradition. The tension grew as these stories echoed through the ages, each one rich with emotion, each woman a symbol of strength. In rituals and ceremonies, women were often the heart and soul, guiding the rhythms of life and death, joy and sorrow. Their voices rose in song, a collective chorus that celebrated the cycles of the universe, forging connections deeper than blood. When the gods descended to mingle with humans, they did not shun women. Instead, they embraced them, recognizing their power and wisdom. The goddess of the underworld who ruled over death was often portrayed with grace and authority. She held the keys to the afterlife, a position of immense power and respect. Women in these tales were not mere reflections of their male counterparts. They were equals, wielding influence and strength that shaped the world in profound ways. With every turn of the page, the air thickened with anticipation. The stories were alive, pulsating with the heartbeats of generations. The vivid accounts of women strategizing, leading, and overcoming obstacles stirred emotions deep within. Their laughter echoed in the halls of time, mingling with the cries of the earth and the whispers of the wind. In the shadows of these myths, women sparked revolutions within their communities. They were not just participants. They were instigators of change, igniting flames of hope for future generations. The tales of their bravery and sacrifices taught children the essence of courage, instilling values that would last long after their physical presence faded. The cycles of life spun on, and with each retelling, the essence of these women lived on. They became not just figures in ancient stories, but symbols of hope, strength, and resilience that transcended time. The reader could feel the warmth of their legacy, ready to transition into a new chapter of existence, where their stories continued to resonate across the ages, igniting the hearts of those who listened. In the shadowy embrace of a cave, where the air hangs heavy with mystery and ancient whispers. A flickering flame dances on the walls, casting shadows that seem to breathe and pulse with the rhythm of forgotten lives. The cave, often regarded as a mere hollow in the earth, holds stories that echo through time, each stalactite and stalagmite a testament to the passage of centuries. It is within these rocky chambers that the essence of sacred geography resonates, a powerful connection between the human spirit and the very fabric of the earth. Caves have long been sanctuaries, places where the mundane world fades away and something larger than life takes hold. Ancient cultures revered these dark recesses, believing them to be gateways to the divine. The flickering light of a fire in such a space could easily ignite the imagination, a portal to a realm where ancestors spoke and deities listened. Archaeological sites like Lascaux in France reveal stunning cave paintings, vivid depictions of bison, deer, and human figures that tell a story of survival and reverence. These images, painted in ochre and charcoal, bridge the gap between the past and present, immersing those who stand before them in a profound understanding of humanity's connection to the earth. In many cultures, caves are not just geological formations. They are the very embodiment of sacredness. The Maya, for instance, viewed caves as entrances to the underworld, Xibalba, where rituals were performed to appease gods and seek guidance. The sound of water dripping from stalactites echoed the heartbeat of the earth itself. Rituals conducted in these dimly lit sanctuaries often involved offerings, crafted with painstaking care, meant to ensure that the balance between the human realm and the spiritual was maintained. Each gesture, each token left behind, was imbued with hope and fear, a yearning for protection and blessing. In Asia, the caves of Ajanta and Ellora stand as monumental achievements of art and faith. Carved from solid rock, the intricate sculptures and frescoes speak of devotion and craftsmanship, the work of artisans who toiled for lifetimes to express their beliefs. These caves were not merely places of refuge. They served as temples, classrooms, and gathering spaces for communities seeking enlightenment. The silence within these walls is profound, interrupted only by the soft footfalls of visitors who tread carefully, reverently, as if they might disturb the spirits of those who once walked there. The story of caves is not limited to the distant past. Modern spiritual seekers often find themselves drawn to these natural wonders, seeking solace and clarity in their cool darkness. The rhythmic drip of water, the chill of the stone, and the weight of the earth above create an atmosphere where the chaos of the outside world fades. Such moments of solitude can spark epiphanies, as if the very rock has absorbed the wisdom of countless souls and is now ready to share it. The significance of caves extends beyond their physical attributes. They are symbols of transformation. Just as a miner digs deep into the earth, searching for precious gems, so too do we venture into our own depths in search of understanding. The journey into a cave can mirror the journey within ourselves, an exploration filled with uncertainty, awe, and eventual revelation. The heart races with both fear and excitement as one moves deeper into the dark, echoing the struggles faced throughout history by those who sought meaning beyond the surface of existence. In the sacred geography of caves, nature plays an active role. Water, fire, and earth intertwine to create a landscape that is both beautiful and haunting. The sound of a river rushing through a cavern can evoke a sense of wonder, while the sudden silence of a deep chamber can instill a paralyzing chill. The interplay of light and shadow reveals the duality of existence, a reminder of life's fragility and the power of the unseen. As night blankets the world outside, the magic of the caves comes alive. The flickering flames of a fire illuminate the walls, revealing the contours of the rock, like the faces of ancestors watching over. Stories spill forth, tales of bravery, loss, and hope, connecting generations through shared experience. It is a moment suspended in time, where past and present collide, and the sacredness of the space is palpable. Each word spoken reverberates through the chamber, echoing the voices of those who came before, weaving a tapestry of human experience that is both beautiful and tragic. In this dark sanctuary, the heart swells with emotion, a recognition of the shared journey through time. The significance of caves is not just in their physical form, but in the emotional landscapes they evoke. They are places of introspection, where the weight of the world can feel both heavy and liberating. As the fire crackles and the shadows dance, a silent agreement forms between those gathered. The cave holds their secrets, their fears, and their aspirations, a guardian of their stories. The varying rhythms of life can be felt in the atmosphere, shifting from moments of contemplative silence to bursts of laughter and animated conversation. Each voice adds a layer to the experience, a reminder that while the cave may be ancient, the stories created within it are ever evolving. The walls absorb the joy and sorrow, the love and loss, becoming a living testament to the human experience. As the night deepens, a sense of urgency builds, a desire to grasp the fleeting nature of time. The flickering flame casts a final glow, illuminating the path forward, hinting at what lies beyond the cave's entrance. The outside world awaits, yet the allure of the sacred geography remains, a thread connecting all who have entered. The journey does not end here. It continues, intertwining past and present, shaping the future with each step taken toward the light. The cave, with its timeless significance, will forever hold its place in the hearts of those who dare to enter, whispering secrets of the earth and the spirit, urging them onward into the unknown. The sky churned ominously, dark clouds swirling like a brewing cauldron, and the air crackled with an electric tension. It was a day that would be remembered, a day when nature unleashed its fury. As the first bolt of lightning split the sky, scattering birds into a frantic flight, whispers of ancient tales echoed in the souls of those who witnessed the impending storm. They felt it, an instinctive understanding that the gods were restless, their anger manifesting through the tumultuous skies. In ancient Greece, when the ground quaked and buildings crumbled, the townsfolk would clutch their children tight, casting fearful glances towards Mount Olympus. They believed that Poseidon, god of the sea, had unleashed his wrath, furious at humanity for some unspoken slight. They gathered in prayer, offering their best fruits and wines, hoping to appease the mighty deity, trembling at the thought of his vengeance. As the earth shook beneath their feet, a haunting fear wrapped around them, threading through heart and mind. Their lives were at the mercy of divine whims, a mere plaything in the hands of gods. Across the world, in the heart of Japan, the ground rumbled with a voice of its own. The ancients told stories of the dragon, Ryujin, who ruled the seas and controlled the tides. When storms ravaged the shores, families would decorate their homes with sacred amulets, praying for Ryujin's favor. They believed that if the dragon was angered, he would unleash floods that swept away villages, leaving only destruction in their wake. On stormy nights, children huddled together, eyes wide, listening to tales of fishermen swallowed by the waves, their souls now bound to the dragon's will, a chilling reminder of nature's merciless grip. In the high mountains of the Andes, the Inca worshipped Pachamama, the Earth Mother. When the skies darkened and the winds howled, they knew her displeasure was at hand. The sudden torrents would wash away crops, devouring everything in their path, and the villagers would gather stones and offerings, pleading for mercy. They believed she was angry, a goddess scorned, and they desperately sought forgiveness, lest the mountains they revered become their grave. The tension was palpable, the air thick with unspoken fears, as tears and rain mingled alike. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of the American Southwest, native tribes spoke of the coyote, a trickster spirit who could stir the winds and summon storms. When dust storms arose, obscuring the sun and smothering the earth, the elders would gather around fires, sharing tales that sent shivers down spines. They warned the young ones about the coyote's laughter that echoed through the howling winds, a warning that chaos was near, an omen that nature was teetering on the edge of fury. Each gust of wind seemed to whisper secrets of old, stirring feelings of awe and dread as the world around them transformed. In ancient Mesopotamia, the Sumerians looked skyward, interpreting the flickering stars as messages from their pantheon. When fierce storms struck, they believed the sky god, Enlil, had unleashed his might. The people would paint their homes with symbols, invoking blessings and hoping the storms would pass. They feared that if Enlil was displeased, he could bring forth floods that would consume their very existence. Men would stand tall, hearts pounding, as they chanted prayers, their voices rising above the roar of thunder, clinging to the fragile hope that the skies would clear. The Norse saw the world as a battle between elemental forces, with Thor, the god of thunder, clashing against the giants of chaos. When lightning struck, they believed it was Thor swinging his hammer, bringing down his wrath upon the wicked. Storms were seen as a sign, a call to arms in a cosmic struggle. Villagers would gather in groups, eyes flashing with the thrill of impending doom, hearts racing as they shared tales of bravery against the storms, ready to face the fury of the heavens. As the winds howled and the earth trembled, the spirits of the past sang through the air, warning of the chaos that lay ahead. In every corner of the earth, from the icy tundras of the north to the steaming jungles of the south, people turned to their myths, their stories, and their gods for answers. Each disaster was a test, a reminder that they were mere mortals, fragile in the face of nature's indomitable power. And so, when the sky opened in a deluge, flooding fields and homes alike, the prayers rose in unison, echoing through the tumultuous air. The people felt the weight of their ancestors, the echoes of their fears, and the strength of their beliefs entwined in a dance of desperation and hope. They huddled together, seeking warmth and strength from one another. While the storm raged around them, a cacophony of nature's wrath, with each clap of thunder, the stories of old came alive within their hearts, urging them to remember that they were not alone in their suffering. For every disaster, there was a myth, a narrative woven into the fabric of their existence, filled with lessons of resilience and courage. They understood that within the chaos lay the seeds of rebirth, that from destruction could arise new beginnings. In these moments of despair, the natural world transformed into a canvas, painted with the colors of their fears and hopes. The myths of their ancestors lingered like shadows, whispering in the wind, reminding them that they were part of a larger story, an eternal cycle of destruction and renewal. As the storm raged on, hearts beat in tandem, fear mingling with faith, as they clung tightly to the belief that even in the darkest of nights, dawn would eventually break. In the aftermath, when the sun finally pierced through the clouds, illuminating the remnants of what had been washed away, the people would gather once more. With dirt-streaked faces and weary hearts, they would recount the tales of survival, of how they battled the storm's fury together, forging an unbreakable bond. They would weave the mythos of their disaster into their histories, ensuring that the lessons learned would resonate through the ages. For nature's wrath was not merely a force to be feared, but a teacher, guiding them toward deeper understanding and greater resilience. And always, in the distance, the whispers of ancient gods and spirits would linger, a reminder of the eternal dance between humanity and nature, a dance that would continue, unyielding and profound, as long as the earth turned and the storms rolled in. Beneath the warm embrace of a golden sun, a farmer knelt in the earth, hands buried deep in the soil, whispering secrets to the ancient land. To him, it wasn't just dirt. It was the sacred fabric of life itself, stitched with the sweat and hopes of countless generations. The air hummed softly with stories of gods and goddesses, their voices carried on the breeze, interwoven with the rhythm of planting and harvest. The connection between agriculture and mythology thrummed like a heartbeat, each pulse echoing in harmony with the seasons. In the winding valleys of Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, agriculture first took root. The Sumerians looked to the heavens, where the stars danced and constellations shaped their understanding of the world. They revered the goddess Inanna, the embodiment of fertility and love, who guided their crops from seed to harvest. As farmers cast seeds into the rich, dark earth, they believed they were offering their prayers to the divine, hoping for bountiful yields. The rituals performed at the start of planting were not mere traditions. They were lifelines, binding mortals to the divine, inseparable from their daily labor. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks worshipped Demeter, the goddess of grain and harvest. Her sorrow at the abduction of her daughter Persephone by Hades mirrored the agricultural cycle itself. When Persephone descended into the underworld, the earth mourned and lay barren. But when she returned, life blossomed once more. Villagers held their breath as the seasons changed, praying for her favor. They celebrated with festivals, offering the first sheaves of wheat and barley to honor her, believing that their gratitude would ensure a fruitful harvest. This relationship was not one of mere supplication. It was a dance, a powerful exchange that spoke of love, loss, and hope. As centuries rolled by, ancient Egypt's Nile River became a lifeblood for the people, its annual floods transforming the landscape into a fertile paradise. The Egyptians saw this phenomenon as a gift from the god Hapi, the embodiment of the flooding waters. Each year, as the river swelled and receded, they celebrated with vibrant festivals, believing that Hapi's blessings were essential for their survival. The cycles of planting and harvest were a reflection of Hapi's own ebb and flow, a divine rhythm that echoed the very essence of life. The farmers would chant prayers, invoking Hapi, who they believed would fill their granaries and ensure their families would not go hungry. In the Americas, the Inca people revered Pachamama, the earth goddess who nurtured their crops and kept the balance of nature. They recognized her as a powerful force, deserving of respect and reverence. As they worked the terraces of the Andes, they offered her the first fruits of their labor, potatoes, maize, and quinoa, laying them upon the earth as a gesture of gratitude. The connection between their sustenance and their beliefs was palpable. Each meal was a reminder of Pachamama's generosity, and each harvest a celebration of life itself. This bond fueled their existence, intertwining their daily routines with the divine. The whispers of ancient tales were carried through generations, echoing in the hearts of those who toiled the fields. In cultures around the globe, agriculture and mythology were not separate entities. They were threads woven into the fabric of existence. In the rituals, the stories came alive, breathing spirit into the mundane. The harvest moon, radiant and full, was a symbol of abundance, a celestial reminder of the crops that flourished under its glow. People would gather, singing and dancing, as if to awaken the spirits of their ancestors, ensuring that their legacy would never fade. Through the ages, the rhythms of agriculture brought communities together. Farmers exchanged seeds and stories, forging bonds that transcended time. The rhythm of planting in spring was a shared experience, celebrated with laughter and joy. In the autumn, as the harvest came in, gratitude poured forth like a rushing river. Children danced in the fields, their voices rising like a chorus of thanks to the deities who watched over them. The air was thick with emotion, joy, relief, and a sense of belonging, all tied together by the sacred act of farming. But darkness loomed as well. Droughts could shift the course of life in an instant, and even the most devoted prayers could go unanswered. The tales of divine retribution were woven into the fabric of these agricultural societies. In times of famine, the desperation was palpable. Farmers looked to the heavens, seeking answers, their hearts heavy with fear. The stories of gods punishing the ungrateful echoed through the valleys, a chilling reminder that the favor of the divine was fickle. As the seasons turned, so too did the stories. The very soil that nurtured life became a canvas for tales of creation and destruction. The Aztecs, for instance, believed the sun needed sacrifices to rise each day. They cultivated their land with reverence, but also with the knowledge that the gods demanded a price. Each cornfield was a sacred offering, a plea for survival, in a world where nature's wrath could strike at any moment. The tension between faith and fear created an emotional storm, a powerful undercurrent that fueled their daily lives. In the present day, the echoes of these ancient beliefs still resonate. Farmers continue to celebrate the harvest, invoking blessings from unseen forces, even if they no longer invoke specific deities. The connection to the land remains, a thread that binds the past to the present. The stories evolve, yet the core remains unchanged, a dance between humanity and nature, woven with the colors of myth and memory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the fields, the farmer finished his work, his heart full of hope. The whisper of the earth lingered in his ears, the voices of ancestors guiding him like a flickering candle in the night. Tomorrow, he would plant again, nourishing not just the crops, but the age-old stories that breathed life into every seed. And as he walked home, the stars began to twinkle, each one a reminder of the gods and goddesses watching over him, partners in the eternal cycle of life, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The air was thick with incense, swirling like the memories of those who had passed. A candle flickered in the corner of a dimly lit room, casting elongated shadows that danced across the walls. In this space, whispers of the departed seemed to echo, tantalizingly close yet just beyond reach. No moment felt more profound than when a loved one departed from this world, leaving behind a gaping void filled with unanswered questions and silent tears. What lay on the other side? Was it a serene paradise or a foreboding abyss? Throughout history, cultures across the globe have wrestled with these questions, weaving together beliefs and rituals that reflect the deep human need to understand death. In ancient Egypt, the afterlife was a sacred journey, marked by elaborate preparations for the deceased. Families invested countless hours and resources to ensure their loved ones were ready for the grand voyage. The body was meticulously embalmed, decorated with fine linens, and adorned with amulets, believed to protect the soul in the perilous crossing to the afterlife. They spoke of a judgment day when the heart of the deceased would be weighed against a feather, symbolizing truth. The gods awaited, ready to cast their verdict, and families held their breath, hoping for a positive outcome. Meanwhile, in the realms of the Celts, the notion of the afterlife took on a more mysterious flavor. They believed in a land called Tir na Nog, a place of eternal youth and beauty. It was said that only the brave could cross over, often through sacred sites like ancient mounds or stone circles, where the veil between worlds was thinnest. Rituals of burial included offerings of food and drink, a gesture of hospitality for the journey ahead. The living believed that by honoring their ancestors, they kept the connection alive, ensuring that the spirits would watch over them, guiding their paths from the other side. In stark contrast, the ancient Greeks viewed death through a lens of shadow and uncertainty. Their myths spoke of the underworld, ruled by Hades, where souls wandered in a gray existence. The Greeks held elaborate funerals, complete with coins placed on the eyes of the deceased. These coins were not mere tokens. They were the currency needed to pay Charon, the ferryman who would transport souls across the river Styx. The living mourned deeply, for they feared the restless spirits who might linger, seeking solace from those still bound to the earthly realm. Across the ocean, the indigenous peoples of North America revered death as a natural part of life. They believed in a cycle where the spirit would return to the earth, nourishing new life. Rituals were rich with song and dance, celebrating the life that had been lived rather than mourning what was lost. Smoke rose from sacred fires, carrying prayers and memories to the Creator. The connection to nature was paramount, for they believed that the spirits of ancestors walked among them, guiding them through the seasons, ever present in the rustling leaves and flowing rivers. In the quiet, candle-lit room, the flickering flame seemed to pulse with a life of its own, drawing attention to the myriad of beliefs surrounding death. Each culture, unique in its customs, sought to bridge the chasm between the living and the dead, crafting rituals that spoke to the heart's deepest fears and hopes. The ancient Romans, for instance, honored their dead with lavish tombs and elaborate memorials. They believed that the spirit of the deceased could influence the living, both positively and negatively. To ensure favor, families would host annual feasts at the gravesides, inviting the spirits to partake in the celebrations of life. These gatherings were steeped in nostalgia, a reminder that love transcends even the boundaries of death. As time marched on, the rise of Christianity brought a new interpretation to the idea of the afterlife. The promise of heaven and the fear of hell became central themes, shaping rituals surrounding death. Funerals transformed into solemn ceremonies, where the living sought comfort in the hope of eternal life. The act of burying a loved one in sacred ground became a transformative experience, a statement of faith that the soul would rise again. The echoes of hymns weaved through the air, blending sorrow and hope as families clung to their beliefs with fervent devotion. In the East, the concept of reincarnation offered a different perspective entirely. Hinduism and Buddhism spoke of the soul's journey through cycles of birth and rebirth. Death was not the end, but rather a transitional phase, a moment to reflect on one's karma and the choices made during life. Rituals were steeped in symbolism, with the burning of incense and chanting of mantras guiding the soul towards liberation. The living engaged in acts of kindness and compassion, believing that every good deed would ripple through lifetimes, shaping futures yet to come. In the midst of these beliefs, the candle sputtered, creating a moment of stillness. It was as if the room held its breath, awaiting a revelation. Would the answers to the afterlife's mysteries ever be uncovered? The emotions of loss and love intertwined, creating a tapestry of human experience that transcended time and space. As families gathered around the flickering flame, their stories intertwined, echoing the beliefs of their ancestors. Each tear shed, every whispered prayer, was a testament to the enduring bond between the living and the departed. Just as the shadows began to deepen, the flicker of the flame grew more intense, igniting the imagination with the vividness of the tales yet untold. The rich history of the afterlife beliefs surged forward, intertwining with new narratives and evolving understandings. The mysteries of the beyond beckoned with a haunting allure, drawing the living closer to the edge of the unknown, where the answers awaited, tantalizingly close, yet perpetually out of reach. The candle continued to dance, a beacon of hope in the darkness, as the stories of countless souls unfolded, forever binding the past, present, and future in a seamless tapestry, woven from love, loss, and the indomitable quest for understanding. In the soft glow of a flickering candle, shadows dance across the walls of an ancient temple, whispering stories of gods and heroes who once walked the earth. Here, the air thickens with the weight of history, tinged with the sweet scent of incense. Every intricate carving, every vibrant mural holds the essence of a civilization that breathed life into myth, etching its beliefs and dreams into stone and pigment. A world where the sun and moon were not mere celestial bodies, but divine beings, where each creature carried the weight of symbolism deep within its form. In the momentary silence, the echoes of rituals fill the space, as priests clad in elaborate garments prepare offerings to the deities that governed their lives. Clutching jade artifacts, they embody the reverence and fear that surrounded the gods, each stroke of their paintbrush telling tales of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The stories leap to life in the artwork that adorns the walls, capturing moments of profound significance, moments when the veil between the human and the divine thins. Take a closer look at the vivid murals, the deep reds, vibrant greens, and the rich blues of lapis lazuli. Each color speaks a language of its own, communicating emotions and ideals that transcend time. Here, the jaguar prowls with a regal ferocity, embodying the power and the spirit of the underworld. The serpent, with its sinuous body, represents wisdom and the cycle of life, intertwining with the heavens as it slithers through the air. It's as if the very essence of the world is captured in these images, telling of the cosmos, the earth, and the eternal connection between them. As the viewer's eyes scan the scenes, they are drawn into a narrative filled with gods, whose fates are entwined with humanity's. The gods of the Maya were not distant beings, they were intimate companions in the intricate dance of life. The hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, stand boldly against the backdrop of the underworld, their faces set in determination. They symbolize resilience, a promise that even in the face of darkness, courage will prevail. The tales of their trials, their victories against the lords of the underworld, resonate with a universal struggle, a reminder of the strength that lies within the human spirit. Each icon etched into stone or painted on plaster pulsates with life, telling of a society that understood the delicate balance of existence. The Wayob, spirits who were believed to accompany individuals in their journeys, are depicted alongside scenes of everyday life, suggesting a world where the mundane and the mystical intertwine seamlessly. These representations evoke a sense of connection. Every ordinary act, from planting maize to celebrating a harvest, is imbued with divine significance, reflecting the Maya belief that their existence was a shared experience with the gods. The glyphs that accompany these images are more than mere writing. They are conduits of thought, each curve and line infused with meaning. The syllables tell stories of kings and queens, of battles waged and alliances forged. They weave a tapestry of history, rich with the emotions of a people who cherished their past, who feared the wrath of the gods, and who celebrated their triumphs with elaborate ceremonies depicted vividly in their art. The artist's hand, guided by a blend of skill and spirituality, captures the very soul of the Maya, transforming clay and stone into sacred narratives. As twilight descends, the light shifts, casting new shadows that reveal hidden layers of meaning. The deeper one looks, the more one discovers the intricate relationship between the earthly and the spiritual. The sun god, often depicted with a fiery visage, is not just a deity to be worshipped, but a vital force that sustains life. The moon goddess, with her gentle glow, embodies femininity and fertility, her figure cradling the earth. In their representations, one can sense the pulse of a civilization that revered nature in all its forms, recognizing the divine in every aspect of existence. But the real magic occurs when the stories entwine with the viewer's imaginations. As they stand before the murals, they can almost hear the chants of the priests, feel the earth beneath their feet, and taste the offerings that have been laid before the gods. The intense emotions captured in each work evoke a visceral response, pulling one into the rhythm of ancient chants and the thumping of ceremonial drums, creating a bridge across centuries. A flash of lightning illuminates the temple walls, revealing a hidden mural that had remained shrouded in darkness. There, two figures stand locked in an eternal embrace, life and death. They represent the cyclical nature of the universe, an unbreakable bond that promises rebirth with every ending. This image strikes a chord deep within, resonating with universal themes of love, loss, and the indomitable spirit of hope. The viewer is now a participant in this sacred dialogue, filled with awe and reverence for the artistry that transcends time. As the night deepens, the temple seems to breathe with the weight of its stories, echoing the hearts of those who came before. With every glance, every whisper of the past ignites a flicker of understanding, illuminating the intricate tapestry of the Maya worldview. In this sacred space, the line between the viewer and the viewed blurs, creating an emotional whirlwind that carries one into the very essence of what it meant to be Maya. The heart races with the realization that within the art lies a truth so raw, so profound, it is impossible to look away. In this unyielding connection, as the stories of gods and mortals intertwine, the air becomes thick with anticipation for the next revelation. Each piece of art, each fragment of legend, beckons like a page waiting to be turned, imbuing the viewer with a sense of wonder that transcends the confines of time. The flickering candlelight dances once more, casting fluctuating shadows that promise more untold stories, waiting to erupt into life, waiting to weave yet another layer into the rich narrative of a civilization that understood the art of storytelling was, in itself, a sacred act. The village was shrouded in twilight, the fading sun casting long shadows through the trees. A soft breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the sense of earth and fire. Then, like a distant drumbeat echoing through the ages, a voice rose above the stillness. It was rough, yet melodic, resonating with a power that seemed to touch the very fabric of life itself. Muffled whispers filled the air as the villagers gathered, their faces illuminated with a mixture of fear and hope. Tonight, they would seek guidance from the one who stood at the threshold between the seen and the unseen, the shaman. For centuries, shamans have walked the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary. They wielded wisdom that transcended the limits of language, connecting their people to the spirit world. With the flickering glow of a fire casting eerie shadows across his features, the shaman danced, his movements fluid and primal. Each gesture, each step, was a call to the spirits, a plea for knowledge and healing. The air thrummed with anticipation as the villagers held their breath, waiting for the veil to lift, for the mysteries of their lives to be revealed. As the drums beat louder, the shaman's chants filled the night sky. They were words from a time long past, rich with history and meaning. His voice cracked with age and strength, calling on the spirits of ancestors to guide him. The villagers felt a chill run down their spines, an electric connection binding them to something greater than themselves. Their hearts raced as they listened, hoping for visions, for answers to their deepest fears. In this sacred moment, the line between past and present blurred, and the air crackled with energy. Shamans were not mere healers. They were the threads weaving through the tapestry of their communities. In ancient times, they held roles that ranged from mediators of the divine to guardians of tradition. They were the keepers of stories, carrying the weight of their people's histories, triumphs, and tragedies. Their knowledge was often passed down through generations, a treasure trove of rituals, remedies, and teachings designed to restore balance in a world that could be so chaotic. In distant lands, shamans used sacred plants to enhance their connection to the spirit world. They would gather in secret, wrapped in the cloak of night, to engage in rituals that often led to visions of the past and glimpses into the future. The power of these substances, be it ayahuasca in the Amazon or peyote in the deserts of North America, was not merely for personal enlightenment. It was a communal experience meant to strengthen the bonds of the tribe. During these gatherings, the air thick with smoke and song, the lines between reality and spirit blurred, creating a space where healing could occur. In the cold Arctic regions, shamans donned their animal skins and wielded the spirit of the bear, wolf, and eagle. Known as shamans of the land, they performed rituals to invoke the spirits of nature, ensuring that their people could hunt, fish, and gather safely. It was the shaman who listened to the rustling leaves, hearing the whispers of the forest. They sought counsel from the icy winds, interpreting their messages for the community. The connection was sacred, built on a profound respect for all living beings. When sickness fell upon the village, it was the shaman who would step forward. They would sit with the afflicted, using their intuition and knowledge to diagnose not just the physical ailment, but the spiritual dis-ease that often lay beneath. With a steady hand, they would craft potions from herbs and roots, channeling their energy into healing. Their chants and rituals would envelop the sick, creating a cocoon of safety and hope. In these moments, the villagers could feel the pulse of life returning. The spirit of the shaman interwoven with their own. But the role of a shaman was fraught with danger. With every step into the spirit world, there was the risk of losing oneself. The shadows could become too enticing, the whispers too loud. It was said that some shamans returned, changed, bearing the weight of both wisdom and madness. The history of shamans is marked by their struggles, the sacrifices they made for their communities. Yet, even as they wrestled with their own demons, they stood firm, their eyes alight with purpose. The stories of spiritual leaders are woven into the fabric of every culture. In places where the sun blazed high and the winds howled low, there were always those who stood as beacons of hope. In Africa, the Sangoma would gather the community, sharing tales of the ancestors while reading the bones. Their wisdom, steeped in heritage, was an anchor for those adrift in a sea of uncertainty. They were conduits of divine insight, guiding their people through tribulations with compassion and strength. As twilight deepened, the ethereal connection between the shaman and the villagers grew stronger. With every beat of the drum, the flames danced higher, illuminating their faces, revealing a spectrum of emotions: fear, reverence, joy. The shaman's voice rose, a call to the spirits, a plea delivered with every fiber of his being. It was a raw, unfiltered expression of love for his people, a yearning for their well-being and connection to the universe. The night air was electric, vibrating with an unspoken bond that transcended mere words. In the shadows, there were unseen forces at play. The spirits of the ancestors hovered, waiting for recognition, seeking connection. They whispered wisdom into the ears of the living, steering hearts and minds toward healing. The villagers stood entranced, their souls laid bare before the shaman and the vastness beyond. They could feel a shift, a movement in the air that hinted at something profound. It was a moment heavy with possibility, the kind that could change the course of a life, a family, or even a community. In this sacred space, the shaman was both anchor and lighthouse, guiding his people through the storms of existence. Each decision weighed heavily on him. The power he wielded was both a gift and a responsibility. He could see paths stretching out before him, paths that could lead to hope or despair. With every chant, every ritual, he sought to harness the energies swirling around him, solidifying the bonds that tethered his community to the earth and the heavens. As the night deepened, the villagers felt a profound awakening. The shaman's words resonated within their very bones, stirring something ancient and primal. It was a call to remember, a reminder that they were all part of a larger story, woven into the intricate tapestry of life. The drums echoed through the woods, where shadows moved with purpose, reminding them that they were never truly alone. The spirit world was alive and watching, and in that moment, magic pulsed through the air. The shaman's role was not merely one of guidance, but of transformation, shaping the very essence of their reality. Trade routes crisscrossed the ancient world like veins of blood, pulsing with life and connecting distant lands. Ships bobbed on the waves, laden with treasures and stories, yet untold, while merchants wove through bustling marketplaces, their voices mingling with the scents of spices and incense. It was in these vibrant exchanges that mythologies were born, transformed, and given new life. The tales of gods and heroes traveled as freely as silks and precious metals, each voyage leaving an indelible mark on the narrative tapestry of cultures. In the bustling marketplace of ancient Tyre, merchants haggled over the price of rare purple dye, an emblem of royal power. Amidst this vibrant chaos, an old storyteller captivated a small circle of listeners, his voice weaving a spell. "Did you hear of the great Phoenician god Melkart?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "He sailed across the seas, bringing back tales of distant lands. In return, those lands sent their myths, their gods, and their fears." Each word hung in the air, a challenge to the imagination, as listeners leaned in closer, drawn to the allure of the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the Mediterranean, the storyteller spoke of how Melkart was revered not only as a god of the sea, but also as a protector of trade. His adventures were filled with encounters that transformed not just his character, but the very essence of the myths surrounding him. In every port, he collected fragments of local lore, merging them into his own narrative, reshaping the divine with each new connection. The listeners gasped as they realized that these ancient tales were not static, but fluid, evolving with every exchange. Across the windswept dunes of the Sahara, caravans made their slow pilgrimage, laden with gold and salt. The Berber merchants, wise and weathered, shared stories of their ancestors, who believed in spirits that danced with the winds. As they traded with distant tribes, new tales spilled forth, mixing with their own, creating a vibrant tapestry that reflected their diverse experiences. A young girl, captivated by the tales of the wise traders, envisioned the spirits of the desert as protectors of their trade routes, guiding the caravans through the unforgiving sands. In the east, the Silk Road stretched like a golden thread through the heart of empires. Each city along the way pulsed with life, a melting pot of cultures and beliefs. Here, a merchant from Chang'an encountered a traveler from Persia. As they shared goods, they also exchanged stories of dragons and phoenixes, of gods and heroes. The Persian tales of Ahura Mazda met the Chinese mythology of the Dragon Kings, creating a blend of beliefs that enriched both traditions. The merchants realized they were not just trading commodities, but also weaving a shared identity through their mythologies. One fateful day, a storm brewed over the Mediterranean. A merchant ship, filled with invaluable cargo and the hopes of its crew, was swallowed by the waves. The tale of that ship became legend, transforming the merchant into a tragic hero. As the story spread, it crossed borders, morphing into different narratives in each land it touched. In one village, the merchant was remembered as a brave figure, while in another, he became a cautionary tale of hubris. The emotional weight of loss and hope shaped these retellings, binding communities together through shared grief and admiration. Meanwhile, the Vikings sailed the northern seas, their longships cutting through icy waters like knives. They carried with them tales of gods like Odin and Thor, fierce and proud. Upon reaching the shores of distant lands, these warriors found themselves entangled in local myths, a curious blend of their own pantheon and the stories of the places they conquered. The gods of their enemies were woven into their sagas, creating a rich tapestry of beliefs that spoke to the heart of both cultures. As they raided and traded, the myths transformed, like the very landscapes they traversed. In the highlands of the Andes, the Incas revered their sun god, Inti. As they traded with neighboring tribes, they embraced new stories that flowed like the rivers through their mountains. The arrival of the Spanish brought both treasures and turmoil, but it also infused their mythology with elements of a culture that was both foreign and fascinating. The essence of Inti evolved, merging with the tales of Christian saints, creating a new narrative that reflected the pain of conquest, but also the resilience of faith. As the centuries turned, the threads of trade wove deeper into the fabric of myth. The whispers of ancient trade routes carried tales of triumph and loss across oceans and mountains, shaping societies. The mythology of a place was no longer confined to its origin, but became a living narrative, a continuous cycle of exchange. Gods became travelers, heroes became traders, and every tale was a bridge connecting hearts and minds. The storyteller in Tyre continued to weave his enchanting tales, igniting imaginations and challenging perceptions. What if, he mused, the myths that bind us are merely reflections of our journeys, our trades, and the connections we forge? The crowd held their breath, caught between the allure of the past and the hope of the future. The boundaries between gods and men blurred, each story a testament to the human experience of longing, aspiration, and transformation. As night fell, the stars twinkled above like the treasures exchanged across the ages. The tales of gods, heroes, and the very essence of humanity danced in the air, echoing through the ages. Each whisper of wind carried with it the stories of those who had come before, and the promise of those yet to come. The world was a tapestry of myth, forever woven by the hands of travelers, merchants, and storytellers. In a distant land, a new caravan readied itself for the journey ahead, filled with dreams and stories waiting to be shared. The wheels began to turn, and with them, the tales of trade and transformation would continue to unfold, one exchange at a time, endlessly intertwining like the paths of destiny itself. In the dense jungles of Central America, where every rustle of leaves whispers ancient secrets, the air is thick with the scent of damp earth and the echo of a distant drum. Shadows dance beneath the towering trees, beckoning to tales long forgotten, tales that pulse with life and reverberate through time. Here, in the vibrant tapestry of the Maya civilization, stories are not merely told. They breathe, grow, and weave themselves into the very fabric of existence. As the sun dips low, casting golden rays that filter through the foliage, the people gather. They are descendants of a great lineage, their hearts beating in rhythm with the legends of their ancestors. The mythology of the Maya is a living entity, a vast ocean with myriad currents that shift and change depending on where one stands. In the highlands of Guatemala, one can hear whispers of gods and heroes that shape the land itself, while in the lowland regions of the Yucatan, the tales take on a different hue, painted in vivid colors that reflect the lush vegetation and the pulse of life around them. In the highlands, the mountains seem to cradle the sky, and the stories of the gods resonate with the peaks. Here, the goddess Ixchel, the deity of fertility and medicine, is revered with fervor. Villagers tell of her sacred temple, high above the clouds, where she weaves the fates of women and children. Mothers invoke her name during childbirth, praying for strength and protection, their voices trembling with hope and desperation. Each valley has its own version of Ixchel's journey. Some say she walks among them as a healer, while others claim she dances in the moonlight, guiding lost souls. In sharp contrast, down in the sun-kissed Yucatan Peninsula, the same goddess is celebrated, but her story morphs into one that intertwines with the jaguars and the vibrant blooms of the rainforest. Here, she is a fierce warrior, her spirit reflected in the agile movements of the jungle cats. Stories abound of men who transform into jaguars during rituals, seeking the power of the predator to protect their families. This transformation is a matter of life and death, filled with intensity and urgency. When the drums beat, The air vibrates with the energy of ancestors, and men become beasts, leaving behind their human struggles momentarily to embrace primal instincts. As the sun sets further, the regional variations deepen, each tale more gripping than the last. In the coastal regions, the sea becomes a character all its own. The god Umil Kaksob, protector of maize, invokes storms and tempests that stir the water into a frenzy. Fishermen speak of his fury and generosity in hushed tones, their lives hanging in the balance with each wave. To them, the ocean is a cradle of life and death, a source of sustenance that carries the weight of divine favor or wrath. Villagers offer colorful woven baskets filled with their finest catches to appease Umil Kaksob, each offering a plea for safety and abundance. In the bustling cities of Tikal and Palanque, the myths take on grander scales. Here, kings and queens become part of the divine narrative, their lineage intermingled with the gods themselves. Stories of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Exbalanque, resonate through every stone and carving, their adventures etched upon the walls of temples, the trials they endure, battling the forces of the underworld, outwitting the lords of Xibalba, are not just tales of bravery. They are blueprints of resilience. The royalty that walked these ancient paths believed themselves to be direct descendants of these heroes, their actions echoing the legendary feats of their mythic ancestors. The intensity of these stories grips the listener, tugging at the core of their being, as the fates of gods and humans intertwine. Whether it's the haunting lament of a mother seeking her lost child, or the joyous celebration of a successful harvest, each story is a thread woven into the broader fabric of existence. The motifs of birth, death, and rebirth flow seamlessly, echoing through the ages, reminding the people that they are part of something far larger than themselves. In the Highlands, the mountain towns celebrate a festival dedicated to the underworld, a time when they honor their ancestors with dance and music, fusing the past with the present. The rhythmic beating of the drums and the flickering flames of torches pull them into a trance, where the boundary between the living and the dead blurs. They believe that during this time, spirits walk among them, guiding their paths and offering wisdom that transcends the ordinary. Each participant becomes a vessel for the voices of their ancestors, their bodies moving to the rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. Meanwhile, in the tropical lowlands, the same festival takes on a different flavor. Here, the focus shifts from the underworld to the celebration of the corn harvest, a time of abundance and gratitude. The people engage in rituals that honor the life-giving properties of maize, calling upon the gods to bless their fields. They wear elaborate costumes, transforming into the very harvest they celebrate, dancing in circles that mimic the cycles of planting and reaping. The laughter of children fills the air, mingling with the chants of their elders, a symphony that echoes through the dense foliage and rises into the twilight sky. Every story, every festival, and every prayer is a testament to the rich tapestry of Maya mythology, shaped by the landscapes, traditions, and spirits that inhabit each region. The threads of connection between these variations run deeper than geography. They are bound by shared beliefs, struggles, and hopes that flicker like the stars over the canopy. As myths morph and adapt to their surroundings, a shared spirit rises, one that pulses with the strength of generations past, guiding the living toward their destinies. And as night fully blankets the land, the flickering firelight casts long shadows that dance like the spirits of the ancestors. The stories continue to unfold, weaving an unbreakable bond between the past and the present, igniting the imagination of those still listening, still believing. In these sacred moments, the Maya people find solace, strength, and unity, transforming their regional variations into a singular, powerful narrative that stretches into the infinite horizon of time. The air was thick with anticipation, pulsing like a heartbeat in the quiet of the ancient temple. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of stone, illuminating the sacred glyphs that lined the walls, whispers of a time when the Tzolk'in governed the lives of the Maya. Each day was not just a rotation of the earth, it was a tapestry woven with the threads of dreams, fears, and divine guidance. The Maya did not merely count days, they lived them. Each one steeped in spirituality and meaning, each one a chapter in a never-ending story. In that sacred space, an old shaman stood with eyes like polished obsidian, reflecting the mysteries of the cosmos. He spoke of the Tzolk'in, the sacred calendar that danced to the rhythm of sacred numbers, 20-day signs and 13 sacred numbers, to create a cycle of 260 days. It was an intricate dance, a cosmic ballet that revealed the essence of time itself. To the Maya, the Tzolk'in was not just a calendar. It was a living entity, breathing life into their rituals, agriculture, and the very fabric of their society. As the shaman's voice rose and fell, the air crackled with energy. He recounted the myths surrounding each day sign, breathtaking tales crafted from the dreams of ancestors. The crocodile, the wind, the serpent, and the deer. Each animal held a story, a lesson, a gift. The people listened, hearts racing as they envisioned themselves as part of these timeless narratives. They were not merely spectators. They were woven into the fabric of a cosmic order that was both beautiful and terrifying. My children, the shaman's voice quivered, the day you are born holds the key to your destiny. It is written in the stars above and the earth beneath your feet. Each day offers you gifts, challenges, and the wisdom of the ancestors. He paused, the weight of his words settling over the crowd like a dense fog. A young girl, clutching her mother's hand, felt a shiver run down her spine. What day was she born on? Did it shape her very being? And then the shaman spoke of the powerful myth of Khan, the day of the seed. Khan is the promise of new life, he said, his voice a soft caress, a time for planting, for nurturing the seeds of hope. But be warned, he continued, the tempo of his voice shifting, for Khan also brings the thunderstorm. Without the rain, the seed cannot sprout. Life is a balance of joy and sorrow. Gasps echoed through the temple as the crowd absorbed his words. The storm clouds of life, both feared and revered, loomed over their heads. They felt the weight of the earth beneath them, raw and alive, spinning on its axis through time and myth. Each person was linked, not only to one another, but also to the very forces of creation and destruction. Then came the story of the jaguar, the day sign that represented power, the fierce protector of the underworld. The shaman's voice grew low and reverent. The jaguar stalks the night, a guardian of secrets. If you are born on this day, your spirit is intertwined with the shadows. You must confront your fears. Only then can you truly understand the light. An electric thrill coursed through the people. Could they be warriors, like the jaguar? The thought stirred something deep within them, a sense of strength and courage. The jaguar was not just an animal, it was a symbol, a reminder that within each heart lay the power to embrace the dark and emerge into the light. They could feel the tension in the air, a palpable force urging them to rise, to fight against the shadows that threatened to consume them. Each myth spun by the shaman wove a web of emotion, a tapestry of laughter, tears, and revelations. There was the day of the wind, a breath of life that carried words and songs. The people felt the urge to shout their dreams to the heavens, to let them soar like kites caught in a warm breeze. Then the whispers of the ancestors would echo back, guiding their paths. Yet, lurking beneath the beauty was an undercurrent of fear. The Tzolk'in taught them that time was cyclical, everything that rose must fall, and every blessing bore the weight of a curse. The return of days brought not only memories of joy, but also of loss and longing. The myths told of heroes who faced their destinies only to be thwarted by the very forces that gave them strength. The tension hung, thick and heavy, as each story unraveled before them, a reminder that life was a fragile, breathtaking balance. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the temple, the shaman shifted to the days of death and rebirth. "Every ending is a new beginning," he proclaimed, his voice rising like smoke from a sacred fire. Eyes wide, the crowd leaned in closer, hungry for the secrets of life's eternal cycle. The myths of the Tzolk'in were not just about the days that came and went, but about the essence of existence itself. The line between life and death blurred, revealing a truth that resonated in their very bones. In the midst of it all, a young man felt a spark ignite within him. He was born on the day of the eagle, a symbol of freedom and vision, but he also felt the weight of the responsibility that came with it. "Can I soar high above?" he wondered. "Or will I crash?" The myths speak of both triumph and tragedy. His heart raced as he pondered the duality of his fate, the ancient rhythm of the Tzolk'in echoing in his soul. The air thickened with emotion as the shaman concluded his tales, leaving the crowd suspended in the tension of impending revelations. The sacred calendar was not just a method to mark time, but a powerful force that infused their lives with meaning. Each day unfurled a new chapter, inviting them to write their destinies with the ink of their choices. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the stone temple, the people stood united, bound by the myths of the Tzolk'in. A collective heartbeat echoed in the stillness, resonating with the pulse of the universe. In that moment, they understood that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a cosmic story that refused to end, forever looping into the next cycle of creation, waiting to be filled with their dreams, their struggles, and their triumphs. In the dim light of a candlelit room, shadows flit across the walls, echoing ancient tales of gods and heroes. A young girl, her eyes shining with curiosity, flips through a weathered book, its pages yellowed and frayed. As she reads about the feathered serpent god, Quetzalcoatl, the air thickens with the weight of ages past, and the vibrant stories of the Maya come alive once more. Their mythology, rich and haunting, reaches out like a whisper, inviting her to weave its magic into her own world. Maya mythology is not just a collection of stories. It is a living entity that pulses through modern culture, igniting creativity and sparking imaginations. The echoes of ancient rituals and cosmic beliefs resonate in everything from literature to films, often in ways that are subtle yet powerful. The myth of the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Maya, with its themes of creation and destruction, finds its way into contemporary storytelling, where heroes rise, fall, and rise again, mirroring the cyclical nature of life that the Maya so deeply understood. In bustling cities around the globe, art inspired by the intricate carvings and vibrant murals of ancient Maya cities adorns galleries and homes. Artists channel the spirits of the past, infusing their work with symbolism that speaks of duality, sacrifice, and rebirth. The jaguar, a powerful symbol in Maya culture, slinks through modern art as a reminder of strength and mystery. Each brushstroke breathes new life into old stories, binding the past with the present in a tapestry of color and emotion. The rhythms of Maya mythology can also be felt in music. In the heart of a festival, drums thump in sync with the pulse of the earth, igniting a fire in the souls of dancers who feel the presence of Xibalba, the underworld. Contemporary musicians draw on the themes of the ancient world, using melodies that resonate with the stories of ancestors. Each note becomes a bridge, connecting the modern listener to the vibrant life of the Maya, transcending time and space. Television and cinema have not remained untouched by the allure of these ancient stories. From animated features to grand epic tales, the Maya pantheon comes alive on screens, captivating audiences with the drama of gods who wield both creation and destruction. A gripping scene unfolds as a hero faces a great challenge, embodying the spirit of the Maya, who believed that struggle was an inherent part of existence. It is in these moments that viewers find common ground with the ancient civilization, their own lives woven into the fabric of a story that has endured through eons. But the most profound impact lies within personal narratives. Families gather around hearths, passing down tales of the underworld and the gods, breathing life into the myths that shaped their ancestors' beliefs. Children listen wide-eyed, hearts racing as they hear about the triumphs and trials of the gods, their imaginations ignited. In this sharing, the legacy of the Maya transcends history, becoming a part of their own identities, a thread that binds generations together. In the realm of literature, authors find inspiration in the rich tapestry of Maya mythology. Fantasy novels are infused with the spirit of Quetzalcoatl, weaving tales of adventure and discovery that reflect the complexities of human nature. The trials of ancient heroes resonate with today's struggles as characters embark on quests that mirror the timeless search for meaning. Readers, lost in the pages, feel a connection to the past, a shared understanding that echoes through the ages. Yet, as these stories flourish, so does the sense of urgency to preserve the original myths from which they sprang. Archaeologists and historians work tirelessly to unearth remnants of the Maya civilization, unveiling artifacts that speak of a world long gone, but still so present. Each discovery is a heartbeat of the past, urging contemporary culture to remember the depth and richness of these ancient beliefs. The glyphs carved into stone reveal tales of gods, of life, death, and rebirth, urging the modern world to pause and reflect. And amidst this revival, there are whispers of a deeper understanding. People seek to connect with the earth, to honor the cycles of nature that the Maya revered. Eco-conscious movements draw inspiration from the agricultural practices of the ancient civilization, emphasizing sustainability and respect for the land. Each step taken on this path serves as a tribute to a culture that understood the delicate balance of life, a reminder that their legacy extends beyond stories, reaching into the very fabric of how we live today. With every flutter of a page, every brushstroke of paint, every thump of a drum, the emotional threads of Maya mythology weave their way into the tapestry of contemporary culture. It is a dynamic interplay where the past and present dance together, echoing the themes that have persisted through time: love, loss, courage, and the relentless pursuit of understanding one's place in the cosmos. As the candle flickers, casting a warm glow, the young girl turns the page, her heart racing, feeling the pulse of the ancient world intermingling with her own. The stories are alive, they breathe, they resonate. And in that moment, she realizes that the legacy of the Maya is not a distant memory, but a vibrant force that shapes the now, echoing through the laughter of children, the strokes of an artist's brush, and the rhythms of everyday life. The connection between what was and what is becomes a bridge, urging her to draw nearer to the myths that have shaped humanity through the ages, forever entwined with her own unfolding story. Beneath the blazing sun, a shadowy figure stood at the base of an ancient pyramid, gazing up at the marvel before him. The towering structure rose majestically, its steps etched with carvings that whispered stories of gods, creation, and the cycle of life. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant sound of rustling leaves, a reminder of a world that once thrummed with energy and devotion. This was not just a building, it was a canvas, alive with the emotions of a civilization that infused their very essence into every stone. The Maya, with their profound understanding of the cosmos, constructed their cities as a reflection of their complex mythologies. Each edifice told a tale, a visual representation of their beliefs and reverence for the divine. At the heart of their architecture was the sacred tree, the Yakshe, symbolizing the connection between the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. Carvings of this celestial tree adorned many structures, as if the architects wanted to bridge the gap between humanity and the divine, to remind the people that they were never alone in their struggles and triumphs. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting golden rays on the intricate glyphs, the figure felt a shiver run down his spine. These were not mere decorations. They were powerful symbols of life and death. The jaguar, revered for its strength and stealth, prowled through the stone carvings, its fierce gaze eternally fixed on the viewer, reminding them of the power and mystery of the night. It represented not only the ferocity of nature but also the might of the kings who led the people, warriors embodying the spirit of this magnificent creature. In the distance, the majestic temple of the inscriptions loomed, its steps worn by generations of worshippers who had climbed them with reverence. Inside, the tomb of the ruler Pakal awaited, a sanctuary of splendor. The sarcophagus was a masterpiece, depicting Pakal's ascent to the heavens, where he would join the gods in an eternal dance. The intricate designs formed a narrative of transformation, where life met death, and death became a new beginning. The tales told through the stone evoked feelings of awe and melancholy, a reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. The Maya believed that the cosmos was a living entity, and their architecture reflected their understanding of this profound truth. The alignments of their buildings with celestial events were no coincidence. Temples were erected to mark the passage of time, the cycles of the moon and the sun, a testament to their deep respect for the rhythms of nature. During solstices, the shadows cast by these grand edifices fell in ways that mirrored their religious beliefs, transforming ordinary moments into sacred experiences. As twilight enveloped the landscape, firelight flickered in the gathering darkness. The ceremonies that took place within these walls were not mere rituals. They were lifeblood, drawing the community together in an expression of faith and unity. The people would gather, hearts racing with anticipation, as the priest adorned in feathered headdresses began to chant, invoking the gods to bless the land with rain and bountiful harvests. The sound reverberated off the stone, melding with the energies of the universe, a chorus of humanity reaching out for something greater. The figure at the base of the pyramid could almost hear the echoes of their voices, feel their hopes and fears intertwining with the very fabric of the stone. Here, myth and reality collided, creating a powerful tapestry of life that transcended time. Each chiseled glyph, each polished surface, carried the weight of countless stories. Stories of the gods who shaped the world with their deeds, of the hero twins who battled darkness and emerged victorious, and of the sacrifices made to ensure the sun would rise again. As night fell, the stars sparkled overhead like a celestial audience, twinkling in agreement with the tales spun by the ancient architects. The myths of creation, of the hero twins defeating the lords of the underworld, were emblazoned in stone, reminding all who gazed upon them that life was a cycle of struggle and rebirth. The pyramids, temples, and altars were not just structures. They were gateways to understanding the universe, each stone a chapter in a never-ending story. The figure stepped closer, tracing the worn carvings with trembling fingers, feeling the pulse of history beneath his touch. It was as if the spirits of the ancients lingered here, urging him to listen to their tales. In this sacred space, time ceased to exist. He could almost see the priests and priestesses performing their rituals, their voices rising in a chorus that echoed through the ages. They poured offerings of maize and blood to the deities, fulfilling the sacred contracts that bound their lives to the heavens. In this moment, the essence of the Maya flowed through him. He could feel their dreams, their desires, their fears. The buildings surrounding him were alive, breathing with the memories of those who had come before. He closed his eyes, allowing the emotions to wash over him, the joy of creation, the pain of loss, the hope of rebirth. Each layer of stone held a different emotion, a different story, eternally intertwined with the fabric of existence. The night deepened, but the air felt electric, charged with the power of ancient myth and human emotion. He stood transfixed, knowing that this world, rich with mythological themes, was not merely the past. It was a living testament to the human experience. As he opened his eyes, he felt a surge of courage rise within him. The Maya had left their mark not only in stone, but in the heart of every person who dared to dream and to create, to remember that they too were part of the great cosmic dance. The figure turned, determined to delve deeper into the remnants of this civilization, ready to uncover the layers of stories hidden beneath the surface. Each step was a heartbeat, each breath a promise to honor the past while forging his own destiny. The shadow of the pyramid loomed large behind him, its carved figures watching over him, guiding him forward into the night. The stories of the Maya called to him, an irresistible pull that would lead him to unearth the mythological themes woven into the very essence of their architecture, a narrative that would echo through eternity. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal golden glow over the ancient Maya temples, their stone faces weathered yet proud. For centuries, these structures had witnessed the unfolding of a complex world, where gods danced in the skies and rituals echoed through the valleys. But even now, as shadows stretched long across the land, a storm brewed on the horizon, one that would not just change the course of history, but would shake the very foundations of belief. In the midst of this serenity, whispers of a foreign tongue began to creep into the ears of the Maya. It was a language thick with promises, yet laced with a foreboding that sent shivers down spines. The arrival of the Spanish conquistadors was like a thunderclap, breaking the age-old rhythms of life. They came with steel and fire, with tales of riches and power that would lure the naive and terrified alike. The Maya, ever connected to their world of gods and nature, viewed the intruders with a mix of curiosity and dread. As the conquistadors marched through the thick jungles, they encountered the sacred temples, the very heart of Maya civilization. The air was charged with tension, every step they took a violation of sacred ground. The Maya believed their ancestors inhabited those stones, their spirits forever entwined with the earth. But the Spanish saw only a civilization ripe for conquest, a canvas upon which they could inscribe their own history. A priest, clad in the traditional garments of his ancestors, stood atop a temple, heart pounding as he watched the strange men desecrate the altars where his people had offered sacrifices for centuries. With every swing of the sword, every fire set against the vibrant tapestry of life, a piece of his soul crumbled. The Maya gods, once powerful and authoritative, felt distant, as though their voices had been swallowed by the treachery of men. Fear gripped the hearts of the Maya. They witnessed their world unraveling as the Spanish not only claimed land, but also began to dismantle the very fabric of their beliefs. The gods of corn, rain, and sun were replaced by a solitary deity that demanded submission in a language unknown. Rituals that had once been vibrant celebrations transformed into silent mourning, an eerie stillness falling over the land like a heavy fog. But deep within, a fire still flickered. A young Maya woman, who had always danced at the foot of the temple, now chanted the old prayers, in secret, her voice trembling with both hope and terror. She felt the weight of her ancestors pressing against her, urging her to remember, to hold tight to the stories of creation and the sacredness of life. Each night, she would gather the children, whispering tales beneath the moonlight, her heart echoing the rhythms of a world that was slowly being erased. The Spanish, with their fervent zeal, erected churches atop the very stones that had once cradled the Maya gods. The clamor of church bells drowned out the soft whispers of nature, and the sacred smoke of copal incense was replaced by the acrid scent of candle wax. Converts were made under duress, souls stamped with a new identity, yet many remained unyielding, clinging to the remnants of their spirituality. Days turned into years, and the once vibrant ceremonies shifted into hushed gatherings where the people would quietly invoke the names of their ancestors, hoping for guidance in a world turned upside down. The Spanish presence was oppressive, their weapons a constant reminder of the price of defiance. Still, the Maya found ways to preserve their beliefs, intertwining them with the teachings of the new faith. The image of the Virgin Mary began to adorn altars alongside the gods of the past, a blend of sorrow and resilience. But the heartache didn't stop there. The Spanish sought to control not just the land, but the very thoughts of the Maya. Burning books filled with wisdom and knowledge, they declared the ancient scripts as instruments of the devil. Scholars were executed, their erudition extinguished in the flames of ignorance. The Maya civilization, once a beacon of learning, now faced an existential crisis, caught in the throes of a transformative nightmare. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting an ominous shadow over the remnants of a once great civilization, the cries of the oppressed echoed through the valleys. The sound of mourning rose like smoke into the air, a haunting reminder of what had been lost. Yet, even in despair, there remained a flicker of hope. The Maya knew that their stories were etched in the earth, in the very stones of their temples. In a secluded corner of the jungle, a gathering took place under the cover of night. The elders, faces etched with wisdom and sorrow, held hands as they encircled a small fire. Their voices rose in harmony, weaving together the threads of their history, echoing the profound connection to the cosmos. Each word was a rebellion, a testament to the enduring spirit of a culture that refused to be silenced. The sound of drums reverberated through the air, a powerful reminder of the heartbeat of the earth. The Maya stood at the crossroads of belief, struggling against the tide of change while fiercely protecting what was sacred. They could feel the breath of their ancestors guiding them, emboldening their hearts against the oppressive grasp of the conquerors. In the distance, the Spanish watched, their frowns deepening with each act of defiance they witnessed. They knew the Maya were not merely subjects to be dominated. They were a people filled with passion, with a history that could not be erased. And so, as night fell and the stars twinkled overhead, the clash of two worlds intensified, each moment pregnant with the weight of history. The Maya stood firm, their beliefs morphing yet unbroken, a testament to a resilience that would echo through the ages. The tension hung in the air thick enough to slice, each heartbeat a drum of hope against the backdrop of despair. Amid all the turmoil, the spirit of the Maya flickered like a flame, unyielding, sacred, and everlasting. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting fiery hues across the sky, the air buzzed with a sense of ancient gravity. In a small village nestled among the lush jungles of Guatemala, the flickering flames of a bonfire danced like spirits awakened from a centuries-old slumber. Villagers gathered around, their faces illuminated by the warm glow, eyes shining with a mixture of reverence and excitement. Tonight, they would weave a tapestry of stories that echoed through the ages, tales of gods, heroes, and the very essence of their identity. Among them stood an elder, his silver hair flowing like a river of wisdom, eyes twinkling with the light of countless moons. He raised a gourd filled with a fragrant concoction, a ceremonial drink that connected the living to the spirits of the past. The villagers leaned closer, their hearts pounding as they prepared to be transported to a time when their ancestors roamed the earth like living gods. This was not just storytelling. It was a sacred act of preservation, an unbroken chain linking the past to the present. Myths in the modern Maya communities are not merely tales spun to entertain. They are the very fabric of existence, stitched tightly with threads of history, culture, and spirituality. In the midst of a rapidly changing world, where globalization threatens to erase their heritage, the Maya cling tightly to these stories. They are the keepers of ancient wisdom, guardians of a legacy that has endured through centuries of oppression and resilience. As the elder spoke, his voice trembled with the weight of his words. He recounted the story of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, who journeyed to the underworld to defeat the dark lords that ruled over it. With every twist and turn of the tale, the villagers gasped, their imaginations ignited by the clash of good and evil, by the very essence of life and death. The children sat wide-eyed, their small hands clutching each other in fear and excitement, while the elders nodded knowingly, as if recalling their own battles fought long ago. The flames crackled, punctuating the elders' narrative, reminding everyone that fire had always been a sacred symbol for the Maya. It was said to represent the sun, the giver of life, but also the destructive force capable of consuming everything in its path. The duality of existence mirrored the stories being told, where heroes faced impossible odds, and yet, against all adversity, emerged victorious. This was a vital lesson that transcended generations, a reminder that hope could flourish even in the darkest of times. The elder, transitioned to the tale of the creation of the world, where the gods gathered to shape the earth from nothingness. It was a story about the balance of nature, a tale that taught respect for the land that nourished them. As he spoke of the mountains, rivers, and the dense jungles, each listener could feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath them, a pulsating rhythm that connected them to their ancestors and the universe itself. In the quiet moments of reflection, the villagers exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the power of their cultural heritage in a world that often sought to silence them. They understood that the preservation of these myths was not merely an act of nostalgia, it was an assertion of their identity. Each story told was a defiance against erasure. It was a vow to remember who they were and where they came from, a promise that their history would not fade into oblivion. As the night deepened, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. A young girl, her hair adorned with flowers, stepped forward. With the courage of a lion, she recited a prayer that had been passed down through generations. Her voice was clear and strong, echoing the words of her ancestors, a melody that danced on the cool night air. She spoke of gratitude for the earth, for the rain that nourished the crops, and for the spirits who guided them. A sense of unity enveloped the villagers, their hearts beating as one, bound by the sacred traditions that defined their existence. But beneath the surface of this celebration lay an undercurrent of tension. The world outside their village continued to change, encroaching on their sacred lands, pushing against the walls of their traditions. Modernity whispered promises of progress, yet it often came at the cost of their identity. The elders spoke in hushed tones about the importance of teaching the younger generation, ensuring that the stories of their ancestors wouldn't be lost among the rising concrete and steel of the cities beyond the jungle. In the days that followed, as the sun rose anew, the villagers remained steadfast. They gathered in small circles, sharing stories in their native tongue, teaching the children not just to listen, but to participate. Each story was a lesson in resilience, a testament to their survival against all odds. The laughter of the children mingled with the wise murmurs of the elders, creating a symphony of voices that echoed through the canopies. Yet, there was a lingering question that hung in the air, a fear that threatened to unravel the very fabric they sought to preserve. What would happen if they could no longer tell these stories? Would the myths fade into mere echoes, lost in the passage of time? The villagers exchanged glances filled with determination, resolve etched on their faces. They knew that the power of their traditions lay in the act of sharing, in the connection forged through storytelling. As dusk fell once again, the bonfire was lit, its flames leaping high, like the spirits of their ancestors. The elder returned, a storyteller in every sense, ready to pass the torch of tradition to the next generation. With each word, he painted vivid images of the past, igniting not just memories, but a fierce pride within the hearts of those who listened. In that moment, it was clear. These stories would not die. They would echo through the generations, a living testament to the endurance of the Maya spirit. And as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above, the night was alive with promise. The stories would continue, weaving through the fabric of their lives, relentless and unyielding, just like the spirit of the Maya themselves. In the thick, humid air of a Mesoamerican rainforest, the sun begins to sink, casting shadows that dance among ancient stone ruins. The whisper of leaves rustles a story long forgotten, yet it pulses with life. The Maya, the Aztecs, the Olmecs, these civilizations did not just exist. They breathed, They wove myths into the fabric of their reality, and here, beneath the watchful gaze of gods carved in stone, their narratives intertwine. A jaguar prowls silently, its prowling grace a testament to the gods it embodies. Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky and sorcery, and the fierce protector of the Aztecs. To see it is to feel the pulse of ancient power. The Maya believed in the jaguar as a symbol of strength and the underworld, representing duality, the balance between life and death, heaven and earth. To the Maya, the jaguar was not merely an animal. It was a bridge between worlds, an echo of their own struggles and triumphs. Every civilization in this region told stories that were both unique and interconnected. The Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Maya, recounts the creation of humanity, filled with gods who shape the earth and beings who fail and rise again. It is a tapestry of gods who play games and share their very essence with the world. The story of the hero twins, Hunahpu and Xbalanque, rivals any epic, filled with cunning, sacrifice, and resurrection. It reveals the Maya belief that life is a continuous cycle. Death is not an ending, but a transition, much like the seasons that govern their agricultural lives. But the Aztecs had their own tales, equally powerful, filled with the blood of sacrifice and the fervor of their gods. Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun, demanded tribute, his story entwined with the very fabric of the Aztec identity. To him, they offered not just crops, but the very lifeblood of their people. The sacrifices were not mere rituals, they were acts of devotion, a means to ensure the sun would rise each day, continuing the cycle of life. The emotions that surged within the hearts of the people during these ceremonies reflect the desperation and hope that echoed through their existence. Every drop of blood was a plea, a prayer for survival, an affirmation of their place in the cosmos. And then, there were the Olmecs, the mysterious civilization often overlooked, yet foundational to the understanding of Mesoamerican mythology. With colossal heads carved from basalt, they towered over their descendants, their enigmatic presence flooding later cultures with a sense of awe. Their deities, like the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, and the maize god, symbolized fertility and the heart of agriculture, crucial to the survival of those who came after them. The Olmecs laid the groundwork for the intricate systems of belief that would blossom into the rich tapestries of mythology that define the Maya and Aztec worlds. As the sun dips lower, the air thickens, charged with emotion. The tales of creation, destruction, and rebirth mingle in the twilight. It is here, in the overlap of stories, that one feels the pulse of these civilizations. The gods, revered and feared, were not distant. They were intimately woven into the fabric of daily life. A farmer, tilling the soil, whispered prayers to Chak, the rain god, hoping for a bountiful harvest. A warrior, adorned in feathers and beads, felt the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders as he prepared for battle, invoking the spirit of his people and their gods. The Maya and Aztec myths share a profound respect for the natural world. The maize god and his journey through darkness to bring forth life mirrors the cyclical nature of existence. It is a reminder that every ending births a new beginning, just as the setting sun gives way to the stars. In this shared understanding of life and death, a deep emotional resonance can be felt, linking the heartbeats of these ancient cultures. But amidst these connections, dramatic contrasts emerge. The Aztecs, with their fierce devotion to war and sacrifice, stand in stark opposition to the more nature-bound, contemplative Maya. The Maya's reverence for the cosmos and the serene cycles of life sometimes clashes with the Aztec belief that life is earned through the act of sacrifice. Life must be paid for in blood. In this tension lies a rich narrative that continues to captivate those who seek to understand the essence of humanity. With the night drawing close, every shadow takes on a life of its own, and the stories echo louder. The moon rises high, illuminating the ancient ruins. The gods watch, silent but ever present, as the stories continue in whispered prayers and dreams. The pulse of the earth beats, echoing the legends of the past, and the tales of the Maya and Aztecs breathe anew in the hearts of those who wander their lands, searching for meaning. In the distance, the ceremonial drums begin to echo through the forest, a rhythmic reminder of the intertwining destinies of these great civilizations. Each beat resonates with the emotions of those who came before, reverberating through time. The echoes of their lives, their struggles, and their ultimate sacrifices are felt in the very earth beneath their feet. A relentless reminder that while the ages may change, the stories continue to live on, waiting for the next heart to beat with the rhythm of their ancient truths. In the dim light of twilight, a crowd gathers under the sprawling branches of a ceiba tree, its massive trunk a silent witness to generations of stories. The air crackles with anticipation, the scent of damp earth mingling with the sweet aroma of incense. Children, their eyes wide with wonder, huddle close to their grandparents, who cradle the delicate weight of their ancestral tales. As darkness settles, an elder steps forward, his voice a rich cadence that draws everyone in, weaving a tapestry of sound that dances in the evening air. Long ago, he begins, when the sun was still learning how to rise, the gods walked among us. His words drip with the wisdom of ages, echoing the sacred myths that have flowed through the veins of the Maya for thousands of years. The stories of Tepeo and Guchumats, who crafted the world from the void, pulse with life and relevance, reminding each listener of their roots. Night after night, these tales breathe new life into ancient lore, bridging the past and present. As he speaks of Xbalanque and Hunahpu, the hero twins who battled the lords of the underworld, the young ones lean in closer, hanging on to every word. The tension in the air thickens as the elder recounts the trials the twins faced, tricks played by the gods, the darkness of the underworld, and the cleverness that led them to triumph. Their laughter mingles with shivers of fear as the children clutch their parents' hands tightly, their imaginations ignited. In the shadows, whispers carry tales of the Nagual, shape-shifting beings who can transform into animals. A flicker of movement catches the eye, a jaguar, a spirit guardian perhaps, watching over the gathering. The elder's voice rises, a vibrant crescendo as he describes the Nagual's powers and the importance of respecting the natural world. For every action, there is a consequence. The earth is alive, and it hears us, he warns, his gaze piercing the hearts of all. His words resonate like a drumbeat, echoing the belief that the bond with nature is sacred, a truth that has been woven into the very fabric of Maya culture. As the tales continue, a chill sweeps through the crowd when the elder speaks of the Tsihuateteo, the spirits of women who died in childbirth. He describes their fierce love and sorrow, how they roam the streets during the night, protecting their children from harm. Gasps ripple through the audience as the moonlight catches the glimmer of the elder's beaded necklace, each charm telling a story of its own, an unbroken connection to the ancestors. The fear and respect for these spirits linger in the air, turning every head around, glancing over shoulders, reminding them that the past is never far behind. The stories shift, flowing like a river, carrying tales of love and loss. One recounts the tragic love story of the sun and the moon, destined to chase each other across the sky but never to meet. The elder's voice softens, enveloping the listeners in a blanket of emotion. Eyes glisten with unshed tears as he describes the beauty of their love and the pain of separation. Every dawn is a reminder of their longing, he says, and the crowd feels the weight of this timeless sorrow, a shared heartbeat echoing through generations. Laughter erupts suddenly as he shifts to tales of trickster figures, like the mischievous god Ekchua, who delights in playing tricks on unsuspecting villagers. Children giggle, their fears replaced by delight, as the elder mimics the antics of Ekchua, his gestures exaggerated and vibrant. The rhythm of the night shifts again. The joy of amusement dances with the shadows as stories of life's joys and challenges interweave, teaching lessons of resilience and humor in the face of adversity. But beneath the laughter, a tension simmers, a reminder that the world is ever-changing. The elder's tone darkens as he speaks of the arrival of outsiders, the changes that came with them. The tales twist into a somber reflection on loss, how sacred lands were taken, how the voices of the ancestors were silenced. The children's laughter fades, replaced by a profound understanding of the struggles faced by their people. Remember, my children, the elder urges, the stories keep us alive. They are our strength. As the fire crackles and flickers with life, illuminating the faces of those gathered, a shift occurs. The elder's voice rises once more, filled with hope and determination. He speaks of resilience, of a people who have faced adversity and yet continue to thrive. The folktales do not simply recount the past. They breathe life into the future, igniting a flame in the hearts of the young ones. You carry the spirit of the jaguar, the wisdom of the ancestors. Do not let their stories fade, he implores. With each tale, the air thickens with emotion. The crowd stirs restlessly, feeling the ancient rhythms pulsing through their veins. It becomes clear that these stories are not mere entertainment. They are life. They are the very essence of what it means to be Maya. The night deepens, but the fire blazes on. The elder's voice rises and falls like the waves of the ocean, casting spells of connection and memory that wrap around the listeners, pulling them ever closer. As the stories blend into the night, one thought lingers in the air, shimmering like the stars above. The power of these folk tales anchors them to their identity, a lifeline through generations. And just as the elder pauses, the silence becomes heavy with anticipation, for the next tale is yet to come, an echo of the past, beckoning them toward an uncertain but hopeful future. In the flickering light of torches, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of burning copal, the grand temple stood tall against the backdrop of a star-studded sky, its steps echoing with tales of gods and kings. Each stone was a witness to the drama of human ambition, a canvas painted with the rich colors of mythology that defined the pulse of Maya civilization. It was here, in the shadows of the pyramids, that the political structure of the Maya was more than just a system of governance. It was a living narrative woven from the very fabric of their myths. At the center of this world was the Aja, the divine king, whose power transcended the earthly realm. His very lineage claimed descent from gods, a connection that granted him authority and reverence among his people. In the eyes of the Maya, the Aja was not merely a ruler. He was a deity incarnate, a bridge between heaven and earth. To challenge his rule was to challenge the gods themselves, a blasphemy that invoked curses and calamities. The whispers of the past echoed through the corridors of time, reminding the people that to follow the Aja was to follow destiny, intricately tied to the stories they had inherited. In the heart of every city, the temples served as more than mere structures. They were the very lifeblood of the polity, where ceremonies blended the political and the sacred. The rituals performed there were steeped in mythology, enacting the stories of creation, of the hero twins, and of the great feats of the sun god. Each event was a reminder to the populace that their fates were intertwined with the divine, and each prayer chanted in unison resonated with the hopes and fears of an entire civilization. The sun set, casting a golden hue over the stone steps as the Aja prepared for the sacred rite of renewal. Clad in resplendent regalia, adorned with feathers and jade, he ascended the temple, a figure of awe and reverence. Below, the crowd swelled, their hearts beating in tandem with the drums that thundered like the very heartbeat of the earth. They looked to him, not just as their leader, but as their protector, their link to the divine. With every step he took, the people recalled the myths that had shaped their identity, the stories that whispered promises of prosperity and triumph in the face of adversity. But beneath the surface, tension simmered. The myths that bound them also held the power to tear them apart. In a society where the favor of the gods was everything, the Aja's every decision could spark a crisis. Droughts and failed crops were interpreted as signs of divine displeasure. The political landscape shifted like the sands of time, with rival leaders emerging from the shadows, each wielding their own interpretations of myth to rally support. The whispers of discontent grew louder as the stories of old took on new meaning. Each tale recited in the marketplace could sway the hearts of the people, turning loyalty into rebellion with the flick of a tongue. During one fateful gathering, a rival sought to undermine the Aja's authority by invoking the myth of the hero twins who had triumphed against the odds. If they could defy the gods and emerge victorious, why cannot we? He shouted, his voice piercing the night air, igniting flames of hope in the eyes of the disillusioned. The crowd wavered, caught in the tension between loyalty and doubt. The Aja, sensing the shifting tides, stepped forward, his heart pounding with the weight of his ancestors' expectations. He spoke with the fervor of a man possessed, weaving the very fabric of myth into his defense. Remember the tales of creation. The gods chose our line to oversee this land. It is not merely blood that binds us. It is the legacy of the stars. With each word, he painted a vision of strength, of unity against chaos. The crowd hung on his every syllable, enchanted by the echoes of their shared history. Yet lingering doubts remained, like shadows in the light. As the night deepened, the Aja led a sacred ceremony, invoking the power of the gods to affirm his divine right to rule. He sacrificed a precious offering, a symbol of his commitment to the people, and as the smoke rose into the night sky, it carried with it the prayers of the Maya. They believed that in that moment, they were not just subjects, they were players in a cosmic dance, entwined in the stories of gods and heroes. But the air was thick with uncertainty as the line between faith and fear began to blur. The tales of the past were alive, and they held the potential to shape the future. Each myth, each story told around the fires, was a tool in the hands of those who wielded power. The Ajah's rivals were not just political adversaries, they were storytellers, reshaping the very narratives that had held the civilization together for centuries. The whispers of dissent grew, echoing through the streets, and the very fabric of their society felt fragile, as if ready to tear at the seams. In the quiet moments between the ceremonies, the elders exchanged knowing glances, their faces etched with the weight of history. They understood that the role of mythology in Maya political life was a double-edged sword, one that could unite or divide, elevate or destroy. The myths were not static. They were living entities that evolved with time, shaped by the ambitions of men and the whims of the gods. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow over the temple, the tension hung in the air like a thick mist, palpable and electric. The rituals continued, the drums beating a relentless rhythm, each pulse resonating with the heart of the Maya civilization. The people stood on the brink of something monumental, their fate entwined with the myths that had guided them through centuries. And as the dawn broke over the horizon, the stories of gods and kings whispered promises of both hope and despair, setting the stage for an unfolding drama that would forever alter the course of their lives. Beneath the dense canopies of ancient trees, where sunlight barely penetrates, whispers of a forgotten world still linger. The vibrant tales of the Maya, layered in myth and mystery, weave through the thick air, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. Here, amidst crumbling ruins and the craggy stones of temples, long silent, the future of Maya mythology beckons to scholars and enthusiasts alike, promising revelations that could shake the very foundations of our understanding. A sudden rustle sends shivers through the underbrush. Was it a jaguar, or perhaps the wind playing tricks? Whatever it was, the sound serves as a reminder that life, both past and present, is intertwined in this sacred space. The Maya believed that every tree, every river, and every star held a story, a lesson waiting to unfold. As researchers sift through the sands of time, they stand on the cusp of an exciting new era, grappling with texts and artifacts that could soon yield answers to questions that have haunted humanity for centuries. In the age of technology, researchers can now access ancient texts and inscriptions in ways that were previously unimaginable. Digital imaging techniques allow eyes to penetrate layers of obscured writing, revealing fragments of stories that were once lost. The sacred Popol Vuh, with its tales of gods and creation, holds more than just poetic verses. It is a portal to understanding the Maya worldview. As scholars piece together these narratives, they find themselves caught in the dance of deities, feeling the heartbeat of a civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. Yet, the challenge remains: how to interpret these stories in a modern context. Each generation brings fresh eyes, new interpretations. Scholars begin to ask bold questions. Could these myths reflect more than mere tales of gods? Could they provide insight into the Maya's deep understanding of the cosmos, their agricultural practices, and their social structures? The threads of mythology weave into the fabric of daily life, and they yearn to be understood beyond the confines of history books. The tension escalates as teams of dedicated archaeologists and anthropologists gather in remote locations, their breath hitching in anticipation. Each find is a potential game changer: pottery adorned with images of the hero twins, elaborate carvings depicting the creation of humanity, and even remnants of ancient rituals. Every artifact whispers a story, and with each revelation, the air grows thick with possibility. The excitement is palpable, igniting a fire in the belly of those who seek the truth. Collaboration is becoming a cornerstone of this quest. Scholars from diverse backgrounds, historians, linguists, botanists, are joining forces, bringing their unique perspectives into the mix. The merging of disciplines opens doors, allowing for a more holistic understanding of Maya mythology. This fresh approach breathes new life into the study, allowing researchers to consider the interplay between mythology and ecology, art and society. Could the sacred stories have practical implications for how the Maya lived, cultivated their land, or interacted with their environment? As the sun sets behind the horizon, casting a golden glow over the ruins, the once invisible threads connecting the past to the present become clearer. Community elders and contemporary Maya voices are rising, demanding a space in the discourse surrounding their heritage. The urgency of their narratives enriches the academic landscape, offering a poignant reminder that mythology is not merely an artifact of the past, but a living, breathing entity that shapes identities and beliefs today. But with every breakthrough comes controversy. Some findings challenge established narratives, igniting debates that can tear the scholarly community apart. The path forward is fraught with tension. As insights clash and perspectives collide, the emotional stakes rise. Scholars grapple with the weight of their findings, feeling the burden of responsibility to honor the voices of the people whose stories they seek to uncover. The echoes of ancient rituals echo in the distance as the moon rises, illuminating the stones that have stood witness to centuries of history. The future of Maya mythology is not a destination. It is a winding road filled with uncertainties and revelations. As researchers navigate through the complex web of interpretations, they carry the hopes of countless generations. Every new discovery brings with it a wave of excitement and trepidation. The Maya believed their gods walked among them, and now, as we piece together their stories, the possibility that these gods might still whisper their wisdom into the ears of the living feels more tangible than ever. The emotional weight of these narratives hangs in the air like a charged current, urging both scholars and descendants to listen, to learn, to connect. As they continue to unravel these ancient threads, they are not just telling a story about the past. They are crafting a narrative for the future. The myths may offer teachings about resilience, balance, and the importance of community, lessons that resonate profoundly in today's world. What if the secrets of the Maya could guide contemporary society in addressing modern challenges? The possibilities are not mere fantasies. They are tantalizing glimpses into a future where ancient wisdom meets contemporary urgency. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows that flicker like the memories of a civilization that refuses to fade. The future of Maya mythology teeters on the edge of discovery, with each question leading to more questions, each answer igniting the flame of curiosity further. It is an eternal cycle, a living testament that the past is never truly lost, but exists in myriad forms, yearning to be felt, understood, and shared. And as the echoes of the ancient world softly fade into the night, one thing remains clear. The story is not over. It has merely transitioned, evolving into something new, something vibrant. The path forward is illuminated with each step taken, filled with hope and a promise of deeper understanding. The mythology of the Maya waits patiently, alive with potential, eager to share its wisdom with those willing